If you look at people who consistently accomplish great things, people who seem to have a knack for making progress in any area, whether it's in their careers, their relationships, their health, or even their personal growth, you start to notice a pattern. There's something under the surface. It's not usually a matter of luck or talent alone, though sometimes they'll have a little of both. What it really boils down to is this: the habits they build, nurture, and rely on day in and day out. These are the core practices, the actions that form the foundation for everything else in their lives. I'm talking about the actions that are so much a part of who they are that they no longer have to think about them. These habits become second nature. And in a way, that's what makes them so powerful. You see, once a behavior is ingrained, it's not an effort to maintain. You don't have to decide to do it every single day. It just happens. And that frees up time, energy, and focus for more significant things. So the journey to becoming highly effective begins with choosing these habits consciously, carefully, and deliberately. I want to talk about the habits that I've seen just about every highly effective person practice, time and time again. These are the habits that, when followed with consistency, create a kind of momentum that nothing can stop. Now, you might already practice a few of these. Others might be new. But my advice is this: take one at a time and make it your own. Make it a part of who you are, until each habit becomes as natural as breathing. The first habit of highly effective people is clarity of purpose. Purpose acts like a North Star. Those who accomplish great things rarely do so by accident. They have a deep understanding of what they want and why it matters to them. With this clarity, they're able to make consistent progress, even when life gets complicated. Clarity of purpose means there's no confusion or ambiguity about what they're working toward. It's the core that drives them forward, helping them to ignore distractions and stay committed, regardless of challenges. People with a clear purpose don't make decisions based on fleeting emotions or the opinions of others. Instead, they let their purpose guide them, serving as an internal compass that keeps them on track. When challenges come, and they will come, their purpose grounds them. Imagine you're climbing a mountain, and halfway up, you're hit by a storm. If your goal is just to reach the top for the sake of it, that storm may convince you to turn back. But if you're climbing to prove something to yourself, to reach a life goal, or to make a meaningful difference, that purpose will push you through the hardest moments. There's a powerful simplicity in knowing what truly matters to you. When you do, you can filter out distractions. You become far more resilient and less likely to abandon your goals when things don't go smoothly. Clarity of purpose allows highly effective people to channel their energy into the things that count, cutting out the clutter, the busy work, and the detours that can drain a person's energy and enthusiasm. Many people spend their lives in search of purpose, but the truth is, it doesn't always show up in a flash. Sometimes it's a journey, a process of reflection, of trying different paths, and of learning what resonates deeply. Consider a craftsman working on a piece of wood, carving carefully to reveal the beauty hidden inside. Purpose often emerges that way, a layer at a time, as you ask yourself important questions. What drives me? What brings me joy or fulfillment? But don't stop there. Keep digging, asking why each of those things matter. That why reveals the core, the purpose behind the passion. Years ago, a young man asked for advice on finding direction in his life. He was full of energy but felt scattered, trying different jobs and interests without any real satisfaction. I suggested that instead of focusing on what he wanted to do, he should ask why he wanted it. Purpose isn't always about a job or a position. It's about what you want to create or contribute. It's a unique combination of your skills, passions, and values. When you define it clearly, every step you take brings you closer to something meaningful. Once you know your purpose, protect it. Use it as a foundation to evaluate new opportunities. If something doesn't align with that purpose, it's easier to say no. Clarity gives you the ability to prioritize, to move confidently, and to avoid distractions that only lead you away from your goal. Highly effective people stay committed to this sense of purpose, making it the standard by which they judge their actions and goals. Take time to define yours. Even a single sentence, something simple, can carry incredible weight. Write it down. Let it become a natural part of how you think and act, a core principle you turn to when you're uncertain. Purpose clarifies decisions, strengthens resolve, and keeps you moving forward when others might quit. Next, the second habit of highly effective people is focus on priorities. Highly effective individuals have the ability to sort through tasks, activities, and goals, zeroing in on what matters most. They don't scatter their time and energy in all directions. They aim it with precision. With the myriad of demands pulling at them daily, they know how to differentiate between what's urgent and what's truly important. This focus on priorities allows them to make steady progress toward their goals without getting sidetracked by the noise. Imagine a powerful magnifying glass focusing sunlight. When the light is concentrated on a single point, it generates enough heat to start a fire. But if that same light is spread out, it loses its power. Highly effective people operate with that same concentrated focus. Instead of jumping from one thing to another, they make deliberate choices about where to apply their efforts. They understand that if they try to do everything, they end up doing very little well. By focusing on the few things that matter most, they amplify their results. In every area of life, from business to personal growth, prioritization is crucial. But knowing what to prioritize isn't always straightforward. It requires an understanding of what you truly value and a willingness to say no to things that don't align with those values. Effective people understand that their time is finite. Each day has only so many hours, and they make deliberate choices about how to spend them. When faced with multiple demands, they ask themselves, is this essential? Will it move me closer to my goals? If the answer is no, they're willing to delegate, postpone, or remove that task altogether. One of the most powerful tools for establishing priorities is goal setting. By defining clear, specific goals, you create a roadmap that makes prioritization easier. Without clear goals, everything can seem equally important. But when you know exactly what you want to achieve, it's easier to decide which tasks will help you get there. Highly effective people use their goals as a guide for deciding where to invest their time and energy. Now, focus on priorities also involves the discipline to work on these priorities consistently. Effective people don't just create a to-do list. They commit to working on their top priorities daily, making steady progress even if it's small. Think about it. If you were to make just a 1% improvement in a critical area each day, by the end of the year, that improvement would be massive. Consistent focus compounds over time, leading to results that others might think were impossible. Years ago, I met a business owner struggling to expand his company. He was constantly busy but couldn't seem to make progress. After talking with him, it became clear he was focusing on minor tasks and low-impact activities. Once he shifted his focus to the key actions that generated the most results, such as building relationships with clients and refining his product, his business began to thrive. It wasn't about working more hours. It was about working on the right things. To cultivate this habit in your own life, start by identifying your highest priorities and aligning them with your goals. Break these priorities down into manageable actions, and each day, commit to working on at least one of them. Make time for what truly matters, even if it means letting go of lower priority tasks. When you concentrate on what moves the needle, your results will reflect that focused effort. Next, the third habit of highly effective people is relentless self-discipline. Self-discipline is the ability to do what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like doing it. This habit is at the core of every successful endeavor because it's not motivation that keeps people going day after day. It's discipline. Motivation might get you started, but it's discipline that sees you through to the end. Highly effective people understand this, and they make self-discipline a part of their daily lives. It's about creating routines and sticking to them, forming habits that serve them, and staying committed even when it would be easier to quit. Self-discipline isn't something you're born with. It's something you build. Think of it like a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it becomes. In the beginning, it might feel challenging, but over time, it becomes easier. And as you develop self-discipline, you build trust in yourself. You begin to know deep down that you'll do what you say you're going to do. This self-trust is essential because it gives you the confidence to take on new challenges, knowing you have the discipline to see them through. Highly effective people practice self-discipline in both small and big ways. It starts with the little things: waking up on time, following through on commitments, sticking to a schedule. When you consistently practice discipline in these small areas, it becomes easier to apply that same discipline to the bigger challenges. These small acts of discipline compound over time, creating a foundation that makes tackling larger goals feel more manageable. Take, for example, someone training for a marathon. They don't start by running 26 miles on the first day. They start small, maybe with a mile or two, and gradually build their stamina through disciplined training. Each day they push a little further, and before long, running longer distances becomes second nature. In the same way, self-discipline in our daily habits prepares us to handle the larger challenges that life throws our way. But here's an important thing to remember. Self-discipline isn't about perfection. Highly effective people understand that discipline is a practice, not an end state. There will be days when you miss the mark, but that doesn't mean you give up. Effective people know that the key is getting back on track, recommitting to their goals, and moving forward. Discipline isn't about never slipping. It's about getting up and going again, even when you stumble. One of the biggest benefits of self-discipline is that it reduces decision fatigue. When you've established disciplined routines, you don't waste energy deciding whether or not to do something. It's already decided. There's no internal debate. You simply do it. This mental clarity allows you to use your energy and willpower more effectively, focusing on what matters without getting bogged down by indecision. I knew an entrepreneur who used discipline as his secret weapon. He would wake up at the same time every day, exercise, meditate, and then dive into his work. Self-discipline is especially important when the initial excitement fades. It's easy to start a new project or a new habit with enthusiasm, but the real test comes later, when things get tough. This is when discipline is crucial. Highly effective people know how to keep going, even when they don't feel like it. They stick to their routines, honor their commitments, and remain focused on their goals. Their success isn't a result of occasional bursts of effort. It's the cumulative result of consistent, disciplined action over time. To build this habit in your life, start with small acts of self-discipline. Pick one area where you want to improve and make a commitment to stick to it daily. It could be as simple as waking up 15 minutes earlier, setting aside 10 minutes for reading, or dedicating time to a personal goal. As you build momentum, you'll find that discipline becomes easier, and you'll be ready to tackle larger challenges. Over time, this relentless self-discipline will become the foundation for achieving your biggest dreams. Next, the fourth habit of highly effective people is continuous learning. Highly effective people know that learning doesn't end when they leave school or earn a degree. In fact, they understand that the most valuable learning often begins outside the classroom. Continuous learning is the commitment to keep growing, evolving, and expanding one's mind. It's the understanding that knowledge is never static. It's always evolving. And the more we learn, the better equipped we are to handle life's challenges and seize its opportunities. People who dedicate themselves to learning are like sponges, constantly absorbing new ideas, perspectives, and skills. They read, they listen, they ask questions. They surround themselves with people who can teach them something, knowing that each conversation, each book, each new experience has the potential to reveal a piece of wisdom that could change their life. This habit of continuous learning is about staying curious, staying humble, and recognizing that there's always something new to discover. Continuous learners don't just wait for knowledge to come to them. They seek it out, actively looking for ways to improve themselves. They make a habit of setting aside time each day or week to invest in themselves, to keep feeding the mind. Years ago, I had the pleasure of meeting a gentleman who was very successful in business. But he wasn't satisfied with what he already knew. Every morning, without fail, he would spend an hour reading books on philosophy, economics, history, anything that would expand his perspective and understanding of the world. He often said, "The more I learn, the more I realize how much there is to learn." His success, he believed, was directly tied to his commitment to learning. And even after achieving so much, he never stopped. Continuous learning isn't limited to reading and formal education. Highly effective people learn from life itself. They observe, they reflect, and they learn from their experiences. They aren't afraid to fail because they know failure is one of the greatest teachers. Each setback, each mistake offers a lesson if you're willing to look for it. Highly effective people are skilled at extracting these lessons, understanding what went wrong, and adjusting their approach. Effective people also understand that learning is a powerful antidote to complacency. When you're committed to growth, you're constantly pushing the boundaries of what you know and can do. This habit of learning keeps them flexible and adaptable, able to navigate a world that's always changing. They recognize that standing still is a risk because the world moves forward. They see learning not only as a way to stay relevant, but as a way to remain fully engaged in life. Now, here's how you can build this habit. Start by dedicating a small block of time each day to learning. It doesn't have to be hours. Even 15 minutes can make a difference over time. It's the daily practice that builds the habit. Take a few moments at the end of each day to ask yourself, what did I learn today? Reflect on conversations, experiences, and decisions you made. Even if you only learned one small thing, acknowledge it and think about how you might apply it in the future. Over time, this habit of reflection enhances your ability to learn from everything around you. Next, the fifth habit of highly effective people is proactive problem solving. Highly effective individuals don't wait for problems to find them. They actively anticipate and tackle potential issues before they become obstacles. Rather than reacting to situations as they unfold, they develop the mindset of identifying challenges early and taking steps to address them. This proactive approach not only prevents minor issues from becoming major setbacks, but also empowers them to move forward with confidence, knowing they have the tools to handle whatever comes their way. Proactive problem solving starts with awareness. Effective people pay attention to the details and watch for early signs of trouble. They understand that small issues left unchecked can compound over time. They take the time to assess their circumstances, recognize patterns, and identify potential risks in advance. In business, relationships, or personal goals, this habit of vigilance enables them to prevent problems before they escalate. Proactivity isn't about worrying over every possible scenario. It's about preparing for realistic ones. Effective problem solvers are not paralyzed by what ifs. They know that not everything can be anticipated, but they recognize the value of having a strategy in place. When faced with a decision, they often ask themselves, what could go wrong here? And what can I do now to mitigate that risk? By asking these questions, they gain a broader view of the situation and reduce the likelihood of being blindsided by unexpected challenges. I had a friend who always kept a close eye on his finances. Rather than waiting for cash flow issues to arise, he would regularly review his budget and adjust as needed. By tracking trends and patterns, he could spot potential slowdowns early and make proactive decisions to safeguard his company's stability. When a market downturn eventually hit, his business survived while others struggled, simply because he had planned ahead. He hadn't predicted the exact timing or details of the challenge, but his proactive mindset gave him the flexibility to respond effectively. This proactive problem-solving habit also applies to personal development. Highly effective people don't wait until they reach a breaking point to improve their skills or address weaknesses. They invest in personal growth continuously, strengthening their resilience and adaptability before they're tested. They recognize that life will present its share of unexpected challenges, and by building their skills proactively, they're better prepared to handle whatever comes their way. Another essential part of proactive problem solving is adaptability. Effective people know that even the best laid plans don't always go as expected. They maintain a flexible approach, adjusting their strategies and recalibrating their plans as new information arises. This flexibility allows them to respond to changes in a constructive way, rather than being thrown off course. They ask themselves, what's the next best step given these new circumstances? By being adaptable, they turn problems into opportunities and setbacks into learning experiences. Building this habit in your life starts with cultivating a problem-solving mindset. Make it a habit to regularly assess your goals, projects, and responsibilities. Identify potential obstacles and consider ways to address them before they escalate. Don't be afraid to ask tough questions or to confront uncomfortable truths. Sometimes the most effective solutions come from addressing issues head-on rather than avoiding them. Another helpful approach is to look at your past experiences. Reflect on challenges you've faced and consider how you could have handled them more proactively. What warning signs were there? What could you have done differently? Learning from past experiences helps you recognize patterns and improve your problem-solving approach in the future. Stay open to feedback and other perspectives. Sometimes, the best solutions come from listening to others who may see something you've missed. Highly effective people know they don't have all the answers, so they remain receptive to new ideas and alternative solutions. This openness not only enhances problem solving, but also strengthens their relationships and builds a network of support. Next, the sixth habit of highly effective people is accountability. Highly effective individuals take responsibility for their actions, outcomes, and choices. They don't point fingers or look for excuses when things don't go as planned. Instead, they ask themselves, what could I have done differently? Accountability is a powerful habit because it keeps them focused on what they can control rather than dwelling on external factors. This habit isn't about self-blame, but rather about recognizing the role they play in their own success or lack of it, and continually learning from their experiences. Accountability gives people the power to grow. When you accept responsibility for your results, you gain the ability to change them. Effective people know that even though life has its share of unforeseen challenges, they always have a choice in how they respond. This mindset drives them to make constructive decisions, learn from their mistakes, and become more effective over time. They treat each setback as a learning opportunity, adjusting their approach and refining their strategies without falling into a pattern of self-pity or blame. Years ago, I knew a young entrepreneur who faced a difficult setback in his business. Instead of blaming the market, the economy, or his team, he sat down and did a thorough review of his decisions, his management style, and his strategy. He realized there were areas where he had been reactive instead of proactive, and others where he hadn't communicated effectively. Taking accountability, he made a plan to address these issues, implementing changes and adopting new strategies. In time, his business turned around, stronger than before. Accountability had given him the insights he needed to grow, turning what could have been a permanent setback into a stepping stone. Effective people are also accountable to others. They don't make promises they can't keep, and when they commit to something, they follow through. This level of accountability fosters trust and respect in their relationships, whether in business or in personal life. They know that their reputation depends on their reliability, and they go out of their way to uphold that reputation. When they make a mistake or fall short, they own up to it, apologize if necessary, and take steps to correct it. This transparency strengthens their relationships and reinforces their credibility. Part of accountability is setting clear expectations for yourself and those around you. Highly effective people set measurable goals and deadlines for their tasks, creating a standard by which they can evaluate their progress. They avoid vague commitments and make sure that they know exactly what they want to achieve and by when. This clarity makes it easier to assess whether they're meeting their own expectations and allows them to course correct if they're not. When they look at their goals, they ask themselves honestly, am I doing everything I can to achieve this? Another aspect of accountability is being honest with yourself about your strengths and weaknesses. Highly effective people don't pretend to be perfect, nor do they shy away from their areas of improvement. They take stock of their skills and identify where they might need to grow or seek help. By holding themselves accountable to a high standard, they constantly push themselves to improve. But they're also realistic about what they can and can't do alone. When they need support, they reach out, knowing that accountability also means recognizing when it's time to bring others in. Developing accountability starts with small actions. You can begin by setting daily goals for yourself and tracking your progress. At the end of each day, take a few minutes to review what you accomplished and where you fell short. Ask yourself what you could do differently tomorrow to be more effective. Over time, this practice becomes a habit, giving you greater control over your results. Another practical way to build accountability is to share your goals with someone you trust. When you make a commitment to another person, it adds a layer of responsibility. If you're working on a project or goal, give them regular updates on your progress. Knowing that someone else is watching can motivate you to stay on track and deliver on your promises. In time, this habit of accountability becomes second nature, reinforcing your commitment to achieving your goals. Next, the seventh habit of highly effective people is cultivating resilience. Highly effective people understand that setbacks, challenges, and obstacles are an inevitable part of life. They don't crumble at the first sign of trouble. Instead, they find ways to adapt, recover, and keep moving forward. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity, to face difficulties with courage, and to grow from the experience. Rather than avoiding discomfort or failure, effective people see these moments as opportunities to build inner strength, deepen their understanding, and sharpen their skills. Resilience starts with mindset. Highly effective people adopt a growth-oriented mindset, believing that they have the power to learn, change, and improve. When they encounter a setback, they don't see it as a sign that they're incapable. They see it as a chance to learn. This mindset allows them to view failure not as a dead end, but as a stepping stone toward their goals. It gives them the perspective to see challenges as temporary and the determination to find solutions. With resilience, every setback becomes a setup for a stronger comeback. Highly effective people know that resilience isn't about ignoring their emotions or pretending challenges don't exist. It's about facing reality, acknowledging the difficulty, and choosing to respond in a constructive way. They give themselves the space to process their emotions, but they don't dwell on negativity. Instead, they ask themselves constructive questions. What can I learn from this? How can I use this experience to grow? This approach allows them to move through difficult emotions and emerge stronger on the other side. Resilience is also about flexibility. Life is unpredictable and things don't always go according to plan. Effective people know that being too rigid in their expectations can lead to frustration and burnout. Instead, they adapt to changing circumstances. They're willing to adjust their plans, try new approaches, and remain open to different perspectives. This flexibility allows them to navigate around obstacles and find solutions that might not have been visible initially. They understand that resilience is not just about enduring, it's about evolving. One practical way to cultivate resilience is through positive self-talk. When challenges arise, effective people avoid self-defeating thoughts. They speak to themselves in encouraging terms. They remind themselves of past victories, times when they've overcome difficulties, and the strengths they possess. This self-affirmation reinforces their belief in their ability to handle adversity, boosting their confidence and strengthening their resolve. And here's another thing. Highly effective people don't go through tough times alone. They surround themselves with positive, supportive individuals who lift them up and offer encouragement. Resilient people know the value of community, and they turn to others not as a sign of weakness, but as a strategy for strengthening themselves. Finally, resilient people practice self-care. They understand that physical and mental well-being are crucial for maintaining strength through tough times. They prioritize rest, exercise, and activities that recharge their energy. When they take care of their health, they're better equipped to handle stress, make clear decisions, and stay balanced, even in challenging situations. This habit of self-care fortifies their resilience, ensuring that they have the reserves they need to keep going when the road gets rough. To build resilience in your own life, start by viewing setbacks as opportunities for growth. When challenges arise, reflect on what you can learn and look for ways to adjust your approach. Embrace flexibility, remind yourself of your strengths, and reach out to those who support you. Over time, this habit of resilience will become a source of confidence and stability, empowering you to face any obstacle with courage and optimism. Next, the eighth habit of highly effective people is cultivating a positive mindset. A positive mindset isn't about ignoring reality or pretending that everything is always perfect. It's about choosing to see opportunities where others might only see obstacles. Effective people understand that their thoughts shape their actions, and their actions shape their outcomes. By maintaining a positive outlook, they put themselves in the best position to succeed, even in challenging situations. Positivity fuels resilience, creativity, and productivity, making it an essential habit for anyone who wants to lead a successful and fulfilling life. A positive mindset allows highly effective people to approach problems with an open mind, ready to find solutions rather than focusing on limitations. When faced with a challenge, instead of thinking, "This is impossible," they ask, "How can I make this work?" This shift in thinking opens doors that others might miss. They know that every obstacle carries the potential for growth and learning. And by focusing on that potential, they maintain momentum rather than feeling defeated. Highly effective people also understand the power of gratitude. They take time to appreciate the good in their lives, both big and small. This practice of gratitude keeps their minds anchored in positivity, especially during difficult times. By acknowledging what's going well, they create a balanced perspective that helps them stay motivated. Effective people harness these benefits to maintain a positive outlook and foster a sense of well-being. Positivity doesn't mean ignoring problems or challenges. Effective people face reality head-on, but they choose to approach it with optimism. They focus on what they can control rather than worrying about what they can't. By concentrating on what's within their power, they take purposeful actions that move them closer to their goals. This mindset shift keeps them from feeling overwhelmed and empowers them to handle difficulties with confidence and clarity. Now, one of the most practical ways to cultivate a positive mindset is by being mindful of self-talk. Highly effective people pay attention to the way they speak to themselves. replacing negative, limiting thoughts with constructive, empowering ones. Instead of saying, "I'm just not good at this," they might say, "I'm getting better with practice." This habit of reframing thoughts builds self-belief and reduces self-doubt. Over time, positive self-talk becomes second nature, making it easier to stay optimistic and focused, even in challenging situations. Positive people also avoid toxic influences. They surround themselves with others who lift them up, who believe in their potential, and who inspire them to be their best selves. Effective people know that negativity is contagious, so they seek out relationships and environments that reinforce their positive outlook. When they do encounter negativity, whether from people, situations, or even within themselves, they consciously choose not to let it affect them. They remind themselves of their values, their goals, and their vision, keeping their focus on what truly matters. Highly effective people also make time for activities that bring them joy and recharge their energy. This might be a hobby, spending time with family, or pursuing a passion project. These positive experiences act as fuel, providing the emotional energy they need to stay engaged and motivated. They understand that a well-rounded, joyful life creates a foundation for positivity, making it easier to approach each day with a sense of optimism and purpose. To build a positive mindset in your own life, start by paying attention to the way you talk to yourself. To build a positive mindset in your own life, start by paying attention to the way you talk to yourself. Replace limiting beliefs with encouraging, empowering ones, and make gratitude a daily practice. Take a few minutes each day to list 3 things you're grateful for, and notice how this simple exercise shifts your mood and perspective. Surround yourself with positive influences and focus on the things that bring you joy. Over time, this habit will strengthen your resilience and give you a solid foundation for achieving your goals. Next, the 9th habit of highly effective people is effective time management. Time is a resource that once spent can't be reclaimed. Highly effective individuals understand this deeply, which is why they prioritize managing their time with intention and purpose. Rather than letting each day slip by in a blur of activity, they set clear priorities, create plans, and make the most of every moment. Effective time management isn't about doing more things. It's about doing the right things, those activities that contribute directly to their goals and values. One of the cornerstones of effective time management is planning. Highly effective people plan their weeks, days, and even hours with purpose. They create to-do lists, set deadlines, and block out dedicated time for their most important tasks. Planning helps them avoid the trap of procrastination, as each action has a time and place in their schedule. Effective people also know the value of saying no. They recognize that time is limited and that every yes to one thing is a no to something else. They don't feel compelled to accept every invitation, project, or responsibility. Instead, they evaluate each opportunity based on how it aligns with their goals and values. When something doesn't fit, they respectfully decline. This selective approach frees them to focus on the things that matter most, allowing them to achieve deeper, more meaningful results without spreading themselves too thin. Time management also requires flexibility. Even the best plans can be disrupted, and highly effective people adapt to changing circumstances with ease. When unexpected situations arise, they reevaluate their priorities, adjust their plans, and continue forward without losing momentum. This adaptability keeps them from feeling frustrated or overwhelmed when things don't go as expected, allowing them to stay focused on what they can control. Effective time managers also recognize the importance of breaks and downtime. They understand that productivity doesn't mean working nonstop. In fact, taking regular breaks improves focus, creativity, and decision-making. These moments of rest allow them to recharge and return to their work with renewed energy. They balance periods of intense focus with time to relax, ensuring sustainable productivity and preventing burnout. Finally, highly effective people review their time management practices regularly. They evaluate how they're spending their time, identifying any activities or habits that may be wasting valuable hours. If they notice they're spending too much time on low-priority tasks, they make adjustments. This regular reflection helps them stay aligned with their goals and refine their approach to managing time. Start by identifying your top priorities each day and create a plan to accomplish them. Use tools like time blocking to focus on key tasks and be willing to say no to commitments that don't align with your goals. Build in time for breaks and take time each week to review your progress and adjust your approach as needed. Over time, this habit will empower you to make the most of each day, moving you closer to your long-term vision. Next, the 10th habit of highly effective people is practicing empathy and understanding. Highly effective individuals know that relationships are the foundation of success, and the strength of these relationships often hinges on their ability to understand and connect with others. Empathy, the ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes, allows them to build trust, foster cooperation, and create an environment of mutual respect. It's not just about listening to others. It's about truly hearing them, valuing their perspectives, and showing genuine care. This approach to empathy and understanding makes them not only effective, but also deeply influential in their interactions. Empathy begins with active listening. Highly effective people don't just wait for their turn to speak. They listen with intent. They focus on what the other person is saying, resisting the urge to interrupt or think about their response while the other person is talking. By giving their full attention, they show respect and make the other person feel valued. This active listening allows them to gain insight into the thoughts, emotions, and motivations of others, leading to a deeper understanding. Empathy doesn't mean always agreeing with others, but it does mean acknowledging and respecting their feelings and viewpoints. Highly effective people approach disagreements with an open mind, seeking to understand where the other person is coming from. Instead of dismissing or arguing, they ask questions, show curiosity, and try to see the issue from the other person's perspective. The benefits of empathy extend beyond personal relationships. They're crucial in professional settings as well. When effective leaders practice empathy, employees are more engaged, productive, and loyal when they know their leaders genuinely care about their well-being. Another key aspect of empathy is patience. Highly effective people understand that everyone has their own journey, challenges, and pace of growth. They don't rush to judge or impose their expectations on others. Instead, they offer encouragement, support, and understanding. By recognizing the unique struggles and strengths of those around them, they foster an environment where everyone feels empowered to grow and contribute in their own way. Developing empathy begins with small, intentional acts. Start by making a conscious effort to listen fully in each conversation. setting aside distractions, and giving the other person your undivided attention. Practice asking open-ended questions to understand their perspective better and respond with kindness, even when you don't fully agree. Over time, this habit of empathy will become second nature, enriching your relationships and expanding your influence. Highly effective people know that empathy is not a weakness, but a strength. It's what allows them to build trust, inspire loyalty, and create meaningful connections. When empathy is woven into every interaction, it becomes a powerful force that multiplies effectiveness in both personal and professional life. And there you have it, 10 powerful habits that shape the lives of highly effective people. These habits are not just routines or one-time actions. They're guiding principles that create a strong foundation for success, resilience, and fulfillment. Each habit contributes to the kind of life that doesn't just happen by chance, but is built with intention and purpose. Imagine for a moment what your life could look like if these habits were fully integrated into your own daily routine. Picture yourself waking up each day with a clear purpose, knowing exactly what you want to achieve and why it matters. The beautiful thing about these habits is that they aren't reserved for a select few. They are available to anyone willing to put in the work, make the commitment, and take small steps every day. Success, after all, is not a destination, but a journey. It's the cumulative effect of daily choices, actions, and habits that shape who you become over time. So I invite you to start where you are with the resources and time you have right now. Choose one habit that resonates with you and commit to working on it each day. Focus on integrating one habit at a time. And as it becomes part of who you are, move on to the next. As these habits take root in your life, you'll begin to notice a shift, not just in your achievements, but in your mindset, your relationships, and your overall sense of purpose. You'll find that challenges no longer feel as overwhelming, that setbacks become opportunities for growth, and that every day becomes a chance to make progress toward the life you envision. Remember, the path to effectiveness is a lifelong journey. There will be moments when you stumble, times when old habits resurface or motivation wanes. But each time you refocus, each time you return to these guiding principles, you strengthen your foundation and move one step closer to the life you're working toward. These 10 habits are the tools that build not only success, but character, resilience, and a lasting legacy. May they inspire you, guide you, and empower you to create a life of effectiveness and fulfillment. The journey starts with a single step, and with these habits in place, each step will take you further than you ever thought possible. So get started. The rest of your story is waiting to be written, one effective habit at a time. Think of it. One small thought, one single moment of positive energy, and you have the potential to create something magnificent. A simple thought, like a pebble dropped into a pond, can set off ripples that reach far beyond what we ever imagined. This is the ripple effect of positive thinking. It begins as a single idea or choice, a decision to see the good, to embrace gratitude, to find possibility in every challenge. And from that one thought, a ripple forms. It moves through our actions, our words, our relationships, and even into the lives of people we may never meet. Now, this isn't about ignoring reality or pretending everything is perfect. Real positive thinking is rooted in the belief that life can get better, that we can grow and learn, and that with the right mindset, we can make an impact. Imagine this. If every morning, instead of thinking about what we don't have or don't like, we started with thoughts of gratitude. Imagine if we woke up each day and chose to focus on the good. What would that do to our perspective, to our day? That's the first ripple in the pond, a shift in our own thinking. And as our mindset changes, we influence our own behavior, our interactions, and the energy we carry. Each thought we choose builds momentum. That positive energy starts to grow, and it's felt by the people around us. They, in turn, feel a bit lighter, a bit more encouraged, and they may pass that energy on. It's a beautiful, expanding chain reaction, a ripple that starts with one simple, intentional thought. When we think of positive thinking, many people assume it's just about seeing the world through rose-colored glasses or ignoring the challenges we face. But real positive thinking is much deeper. It's a conscious decision to look at life through a lens of possibility, to believe that solutions exist and that we have the power to change ourselves and, by extension, our lives. Now, I'm not saying it's always easy. Life is full of tests. It throws us curveballs and brings situations we couldn't have anticipated. But here's the secret. How we respond to those challenges, the attitude we choose, creates the reality we live in. And that attitude, positive or negative, doesn't just stop with us. It sets off ripples that can impact everyone around us. Think about it. If you've ever walked into a room where everyone was tense or upset, you could feel it, couldn't you? You don't have to be told when someone's having a bad day. The energy is palpable. And in the same way, when you walk into a space where people are kind, smiling, and encouraging, you feel uplifted, almost without realizing it. This is the energy we bring to the table with our thoughts. A single negative thought, a grumble, a complaint can set off ripples just as powerfully as a positive one can. But here's the key difference. Positive energy multiplies in ways that are constructive, creating growth, inspiration, and connection. That's the kind of ripple that can make a lasting impact. I once knew a man, a very successful businessman, who had a practice every morning. He would wake up, pour himself a cup of coffee, and then before he thought about his meetings or his goals for the day, he'd spend 5 minutes listing things he was grateful for. Every day, rain or shine. Some days he'd list big things, his family, his health, his business. Other days, it was the small things, a peaceful morning, a conversation he'd had, or even the way the sunrise looked over his backyard. What he was doing was setting the tone, priming his mind to look for the good in each moment. And you know what? People noticed. His family noticed. His coworkers noticed. And not because he went around announcing his gratitude practice, but because he carried that energy with him. His positivity, that sense of grounded gratitude, became a ripple. It touched everyone he interacted with, and it influenced the way they felt in his presence. Now think about how that could apply in your own life. What if, instead of waiting for the perfect moment or the perfect day, you started with a thought, a single intention, to see the good around you? What would happen if you consciously chose to focus on the possibilities rather than the problems? You see, we often go through life on autopilot, reacting to situations instead of shaping them. We get up, go to work, interact with people, handle challenges. But most of the time, we're not truly intentional about the energy we bring into those moments. And yet, every interaction is an opportunity to set a new ripple into motion. When we approach life with an intentional, positive mindset, it not only shapes our own experience, but also changes the experience of everyone we encounter. Positive thinking isn't just a personal exercise. It's something that flows outward. Think about the power of a single compliment, for instance. Maybe it seems like a small thing, but telling someone they did a good job or acknowledging their effort can have a profound effect. That compliment becomes a ripple. It could turn their whole day around. And when they feel seen and appreciated, they're more likely to extend kindness to someone else. So what started as a single positive thought on your part becomes a chain reaction. That's the ripple effect in action. I often say that we have to guard our thoughts, because what we allow in our minds will shape our attitude, our actions, and ultimately our life. If you think about it, most of the time, we don't even notice the thoughts that pass through our minds. They just come and go. But if we aren't careful, we can start to allow negativity to settle, to take root. And once those negative thoughts take hold, they don't just stay there quietly. They spread into everything we do. They impact our relationships, and before we know it, they've created a ripple of their own. That's why it's crucial to guard our thinking, to be intentional about what we focus on. A powerful exercise is to catch yourself in those negative moments and consciously shift to a positive thought. It could be something small, a reminder of what you're grateful for, or a thought about a positive outcome. Think of it as pulling out a weed in your garden and planting a flower instead. When we cultivate positive thinking, we create a space in our minds where growth, creativity, and connection can flourish. And the more we do it, the easier it becomes. Positivity, like any other habit, strengthens with practice. And it's essential to understand that positive thinking doesn't mean ignoring life's difficulties. Quite the opposite. It's about choosing to see possibilities despite the difficulties. Life brings us challenges so that we can learn, so that we can grow stronger and wiser. But when we approach those challenges with a positive mindset, we're better equipped to handle them. We can look at a setback and ask ourselves, what can I learn from this? How can I grow from this? Instead of dwelling on why it happened. And that choice, choosing growth over resentment, is think of every difficulty you face as an opportunity to spread resilience and hope. When you model this for others, it's inspiring. You never know who might be watching, who might be influenced by your example. And by choosing a positive response, you're setting a standard that others will notice. And often, they'll begin to adopt that mindset too. Your resilience, your strength in the face of adversity, becomes a ripple that can uplift those around you. And that's a powerful legacy to leave. Positive thinking isn't just about feeling good or seeing life through a bright filter. It's about creating momentum. It's about taking the spark of a good thought and allowing it to drive us into action. You see, a positive thought on its own is like a seed with incredible potential. But if we don't water it, nurture it, it won't grow. It won't create change. Positive thinking has to inspire positive action for the ripple effect to truly expand. Ask yourself, have you ever been around someone who was genuinely excited about life, who seemed to be fully engaged and focused on creating good things, not just for themselves, but for others as well? Their energy is contagious, isn't it? Being around them makes you feel energized too. Makes you believe a bit more in your own goals and potential. That's the ripple effect of positive action. When you turn a positive thought into action, you're not just creating change for yourself. You're setting an example for others, showing them what's possible. And it's incredible how that one act can inspire someone else to do the same. Think of someone who's starting up their first business. The early stages are filled with challenges, doubts, and often more questions than answers. But a person with a positive mindset looks at those obstacles and asks, how can I work through this? What can I learn? That drive keeps them moving forward. And as they persist, their resilience inspires others. That's how we influence each other. The power of positive action goes beyond just accomplishing personal goals. When we act with a positive mindset, we create an environment where others feel encouraged and supported to take action as well. Each small gesture might seem insignificant on its own, but it builds on the ripples around us. When you encourage someone, you're not just helping them feel better in the moment. You're planting a seed of confidence. When they feel encouraged, they're more likely to take a step forward, to try something new, or to pursue a goal they might have doubted before. And the beauty of encouragement is that it continues to grow, often in ways we may never see. The person you encouraged may go on to achieve something significant or inspire someone else. That's the ripple effect. Your small action leads to something bigger, something meaningful. But there's more. Positive action, just like positive thinking, has a way of multiplying. Think of it like compounding interest. When you do something good today, that positive energy isn't lost. It builds. Tomorrow you'll find it's a little easier to keep that momentum going. The same goes for anyone touched by your actions. They may be inspired to act in kind. And before you know it, that one small act of encouragement or kindness has turned into a series of actions that ripple outward, impacting countless people. Mr. Shoaff told me, if you want to see change, be the example. And that's true for all of us. It's one thing to hope for a better environment, a better community, or a better workplace, but it's another thing to be the person who makes the first move, who sets the example through consistent, positive action. This isn't always easy, of course. There are days when we don't feel like putting in the extra effort, or maybe we're just tired, frustrated, or uncertain ourselves. But those are the very moments where positive action is most powerful. When we choose to act, in spite of how we feel, we not only build our own resilience, but we also show others what's possible. And you got to be resilient. It's one of the cornerstones of positive action. Resilience isn't just about bouncing back after a setback. It's about deciding to face difficulties with an attitude that says, this challenge will make me stronger. And resilience, like positivity, has a ripple effect. When you demonstrate resilience, when you choose to keep going, others will be inspired by that example. I once knew a single mother who had every reason to give up. She was working long hours, supporting her family, and doing everything she could to make a better life for her children. And every day, despite the challenges, she kept a positive attitude. She told herself, today, I'm doing my best, and that's enough. That simple mantra helped her get through some of the toughest days. And what happened? Her children watched her. They saw her resilience, her positivity, and her dedication. And as they grew up, they adopted that same mindset. Today, those kids are adults, pursuing their dreams with the same positivity and resilience that they learned from their mother. She set off a ripple effect that went beyond just her own life. It transformed her family and set a foundation for generations to come. This is the lasting power of positive action. When we choose to live by our values, to act with integrity, and to keep a positive outlook, we don't just build better lives for ourselves. We create a legacy that others can follow. And while we may never see the full extent of the ripple effect we create, we can be certain it's there. Each of us has the potential to set off ripples of kindness, courage, and strength that can last far beyond our lifetime. One of the most meaningful ways we can create a ripple is through service. When we give our time, our energy, or our resources to others, we're making an investment that pays returns we may never fully see. Think of a mentor, a coach, or a friend who invested time in you, who believed in you when maybe no one else did. They set off a ripple, didn't they? Their time, their care, created a belief in you that may have led you to take steps you might not have otherwise taken. And now, because of them, you're here, learning, growing, and perhaps inspiring others in your own way. So, I encourage you to think about how you can serve others in your own life. It doesn't have to be a grand gesture. Small acts of service can be just as powerful. When you serve others, you're not only helping them, but you're also creating a ripple of positivity that will continue long after the initial act is done. This is how true positive thinking works. It's not just about holding good thoughts. It's about letting those thoughts inspire actions that make a real, lasting impact. And it's about understanding that each of us, no matter our position or circumstance, has the power to set off ripples that can change lives. We can choose every day to bring positivity into our interactions, to lift others up, and to be a source of light in the world. That's the ripple effect, and it's a power we all possess. Positive thinking at its core is about choosing to adopt a perspective that empowers us instead of one that limits us. Perspective is like the lens through which we see life. When we adjust that lens to focus on opportunities rather than obstacles, growth rather than failure, and gratitude rather than scarcity, we fundamentally change the way we interact with the world, and in turn, the way the world interacts with us. This is the ripple effect of a growth-oriented perspective. When we choose to see challenges as opportunities to learn and grow, we don't just change our own life. We influence the people around us to adopt that same mindset. And it doesn't end there. When they adopt it, they pass it on to others. Just imagine the potential ripple effect if more people chose to view obstacles this way. Every challenge would become a stepping stone, every failure a chance to get better. The energy and courage generated by that kind of perspective could uplift an entire community, even an entire generation. and don't compare. In a world where we're constantly exposed to the successes and achievements of others, it's easy to fall into the trap of comparison, to look at what someone else has accomplished and feel inadequate. But a positive perspective helps us flip this on its head. Instead of comparing ourselves to others in a way that discourages us, what if we viewed other people's successes as evidence of what's possible? What if instead of thinking, why don't I have that, we asked ourselves, what can I learn from their success? This shift transforms envy into inspiration, jealousy into motivation. And that perspective isn't just liberating, it's contagious. Imagine if, instead of competing, we began to celebrate each other's victories, to support one another's goals. And the impact would be monumental. Think of the ripple effect that could have in a workplace, for example. Colleagues would become allies instead of rivals. Teamwork would replace competition, and productivity would soar. It's a powerful thing to witness when one person decides to root for others instead of comparing or competing. They set a tone, and others notice. That's the kind of ripple that fosters collaboration, connection, and mutual success. You got to reframe the situation. Life is filled with moments that are out of our control, situations we wish were different, things that don't go our way. But while we may not control what happens to us, we do have absolute control over how we interpret it. This is the essence of reframing, taking a situation that might seem negative and finding the positive within it. It's not about pretending everything's perfect. It's about finding the good, the lesson, or the opportunity, no matter the circumstances. When we reframe situations, we're telling ourselves, this might be difficult, but there's something here for me to gain. Reframing can apply to everyday situations too. Think about the frustrations we encounter. Traffic, a long line, or an unexpected delay. These may seem like small irritations, but they add up, and over time, they can impact our mood, our health, and even our relationships. But what if, instead of letting these situations frustrate us, we saw them as opportunities for patience, as moments to practice calmness and gratitude? That small shift in perspective changes everything. It turns a potential stressor into a moment of peace. And when we approach life's minor frustrations this way, we not only improve our own experience, but also model that calm, positive mindset for others. It's a simple ripple, but it can have a profound effect on those around us. Reframing is a skill that takes practice. But like any skill, it becomes easier over time. The more we do it, the more natural it becomes to see things in a positive light, to look for growth rather than setbacks. And here's the real power of reframing. It doesn't just make us feel better in the moment. It changes the way we approach life as a whole. It shifts our mindset from one of scarcity and limitation to one of abundance and possibility. And when we operate from a place of abundance, we find that more opportunities, more joy, and more connections come into our lives naturally. Now, perspective isn't just about how we see things. It's about how we interpret the actions and intentions of others. We all have moments where we feel hurt or let down by someone's words or actions. It's easy to jump to conclusions, to assume the worst, and to let resentment take hold. But what if, instead of assuming the worst, we gave people the benefit of the doubt? What if we assumed positive intentions, even when we don't fully understand someone's behavior? That small shift in perspective can prevent countless misunderstandings and conflicts. It can foster trust, deepen relationships, and create a ripple of compassion that strengthens the bonds between us. Think about the ripple effect of assuming positive intent. When we choose to see the best in others, we're more likely to respond with kindness, patience, and understanding. And when people feel understood and supported, they're more likely to reciprocate those qualities. It's a cycle of empathy that builds stronger, more meaningful connections. That's the kind of ripple that can transform families, communities, and workplaces. It all starts with a simple choice: to see people not just as they are, but as they can be. One of the most powerful perspectives we can adopt is a growth mindset. A growth mindset tells us that our abilities, skills, and intelligence are not fixed. They can be developed over time. When we adopt this mindset, we're open to learning, to embracing challenges, and to persevering through setbacks. We no longer see failure as an end, but as part of the journey. And a growth mindset isn't just transformative for us. It's inspiring to everyone around us. When we approach life with curiosity and a willingness to learn, we show others that growth is possible, that improvement is achievable. Our commitment to growth becomes a ripple, encouraging others to believe in their potential too. Imagine if more people adopted a growth mindset. Instead of fearing failure, they'd embrace challenges as opportunities to improve. Instead of doubting their abilities, they'd take on new tasks with confidence and optimism. That shift could change families, workplaces, and entire communities. We all have the capacity to inspire others simply by being willing to grow ourselves. And the best part? Every time we learn, grow, and improve, we add to that ripple, creating waves of possibility and hope. This is the power of perspective. It's not just about positive thinking, it's about choosing a mindset that empowers us to create a life filled with growth, connection, and compassion. It's about seeing each moment as an opportunity to make an impact, to lift someone up, to bring a bit more light into the world. And when we do that, when we commit to living with a perspective that serves us and others, we set off a ripple effect that has the potential to reach places we'll never see, to touch people we'll never meet. And of course, one of the major keys in creating a lasting ripple effect is consistency. One positive thought, one act of kindness, or one choice to be grateful is a beautiful start. But consistency is what turns that single ripple into a powerful wave. It's easy to feel inspired and motivated on a good day when everything seems to be going our way. But the real test of positive thinking, of that ripple effect, comes in how we choose to respond on the hard days, in those challenging moments when negativity tries to creep in. That's when the choice to think positively, to act kindly, and to keep moving forward can have the most significant impact. Consistency in our thoughts and actions builds resilience, and resilience is the foundation of lasting change. Think about it. When you choose to see the best in a situation every day, even when it's difficult, you're strengthening your ability to stay positive over the long term. It's like building a muscle. The more you practice, the stronger it becomes. And as you become more resilient, that energy radiates outward, inspiring those around you to be resilient too. You're setting an example that others can follow, showing them that positivity isn't just for the easy days. It's a mindset, a habit, and a way of life that can be sustained no matter the circumstances. I had a friend. Every day, without fail, he would go out of his way to greet everyone he saw with a smile and a kind word. Rain or shine, no matter what he was going through, he chose to show up with that same positive energy. People knew him for it, and they respected him because they knew it wasn't just a good mood. It was a choice he made every single day. And here's the incredible thing. His consistency changed the people around him. Folks who were having a rough day or going through a tough time would seek him out because they knew he'd bring a bit of light into their day. He didn't have to make grand gestures or give long speeches. His consistent positivity spoke for itself. And over the years, he created a ripple that transformed his workplace, his community, and even his family. Consistency also brings a sense of stability to our lives and the lives of those around us. When people know they can rely on you to be positive, to show up with kindness and encouragement, they feel a sense of security. You become a steady presence, someone they can look to when they need a bit of support. And here's the wonderful part. The more consistently you bring that positive energy, the more people around you will begin to mirror it. They'll start to pick up on the habit, to carry it forward in their own lives, and that ripple effect will continue to grow, even without your direct involvement. One of the keys to maintaining consistency and positive thinking is to have a daily practice that grounds you. This can be as simple as starting each day with gratitude, taking a few minutes to reflect on your goals, or reminding yourself of your intentions. These small rituals act like anchors, keeping you steady even when life tries to throw you off course. It's like tending a garden. You don't just water it once and expect it to flourish. You care for it daily, and over time, that consistent care leads to growth. In the same way, a daily practice of positive thinking builds a strong foundation that will carry you through the ups and downs. Another powerful way to maintain consistency is to surround yourself with positivity. This doesn't mean ignoring real issues or living in a bubble, but rather choosing to spend time with people who uplift you, who encourage you to be your best, and who inspire you to keep going. Positivity is contagious. When you're around others who see the good, who focus on solutions, and who believe in growth, it reinforces your own commitment to positive thinking. And as you draw strength from their energy, you're better able to pass that energy on to others, creating an even greater ripple effect. And it's important to recognize that consistency doesn't mean perfection. We all have days when we struggle, when we fall short of our own expectations. But here's the key. It's not about never having a negative thought or a difficult day. It's about how quickly we bounce back. When we slip, we can remind ourselves of our intentions, of our commitment to positivity, and get back on track. This resilience, this ability to keep going even after setbacks, is what gives the ripple effect its real strength. Others will see not just your positivity, but your perseverance, and that resilience becomes a source of inspiration in itself. Think of it like this. Every day we're adding another drop to the pond. Each positive thought, each kind act, each moment of gratitude adds to the momentum of the ripple. And the more consistent we are, the larger and more powerful that ripple becomes. We may not always see the immediate effects, but rest assured, they're there, building over time. And one day, that ripple might reach someone in a way we never anticipated. It might give them hope on a difficult day, or encourage them to pursue a dream they'd almost given up on. That's the power of consistent, positive thinking. It creates an energy that's strong enough to reach beyond our own lives and into the lives of others. These ripple effects and transform your whole community. Imagine a workplace where everyone made an effort to bring their best selves to the table each day, where positivity was the norm and kindness was the expectation. That energy would shape the entire culture, wouldn't it? People would feel supported, motivated, and encouraged to bring their own unique strengths forward. It would become a place where creativity thrives, where innovation is possible, and where people feel connected to a larger purpose. That's what the ripple effect of positivity can do. It can take an ordinary environment and turn it into something extraordinary. It builds a foundation of mutual respect, trust, and compassion. It creates a sense of unity, a shared belief that together we can overcome challenges and create a better future. Consistency in positive thinking is also essential for our own personal growth. When we make positivity a habit, it gradually becomes our default state of mind. Over time, we find that it's easier to stay calm in stressful situations, to find solutions instead of dwelling on problems, and to bounce back quickly from setbacks. The steady, positive mindset equips us to take on bigger goals, to dream a little bigger, and to take actions we might have been hesitant to take before. And as we grow, the ripple effect of our growth extends to those around us. They see our progress, our confidence, and our commitment, and they're inspired to pursue their own growth as well. I want to leave you with a thought. Consistency doesn't mean we'll see immediate results. In fact, the most profound ripple effects often take time to reveal themselves. It's easy to get discouraged when we don't see an immediate impact. But true positive change isn't about instant gratification. It's about building something lasting. It's about creating a legacy of positivity that endures, that continues to grow and expand even after we're gone. So if you don't see the ripple right away, keep going. Trust in the process. And remember that every small act of kindness, every moment of gratitude, every effort to think positively adds to the momentum. And over time, that momentum becomes unstoppable. This is how we leave a legacy. When we choose to live consistently with positivity, resilience, and kindness, we create ripples that have the power to reach beyond our own lifetime. Our actions, our mindset, our dedication to positive thinking can shape lives, inspire dreams, and build a better world. And it all starts with one thought, one choice, one small ripple. So, here we are. One thought, one choice, one ripple at a time. This is how we create true change. Positive thinking, at its core, is more than just a feel-good concept. It's a powerful tool for transformation, a way to create an impact that goes beyond our own lives. Imagine the power of a world where each of us committed to spreading even a little more positivity each day, where every single person decided to look for the best in themselves and others and in every situation they faced. That would be a world built on kindness, strength, and resilience, a world in which our ripples join together to create waves of lasting change. Now, it's natural to wonder if these small actions, these single ripples, really make a difference. After all, life can be challenging, and there are days when it feels like our efforts go unnoticed. But remember, the ripple effect isn't always visible right away. Sometimes the impact we have on others, the inspiration we provide, or the strength we offer doesn't show itself immediately. Yet it's always there, building quietly, expanding out of sight until one day it reaches someone who needed it most. And that, my friends, is the power of a positive legacy. As you go forward, think about the ripples you're setting into motion. Each thought, each choice, each action adds to that momentum. Know that with each positive thought and each intentional act, you're contributing to a ripple effect that has the power to uplift, inspire, and transform. And while we may never fully see the impact of our ripples, we can be certain that they are reaching farther than we'll ever know. So, create those ripples. And remember, every day, you have the power to make a difference, to bring a little more light into the world, and to be a force for good. Let that knowledge guide you, encourage you, and inspire you as you continue your journey. Let's keep creating those ripples, because together we can make waves that shape the future. Success can feel like an elusive destination, a point we hope to reach, but often doubt we're approaching. The journey can be uncertain, full of late nights, sacrifices, and moments where progress seems invisible. But what if the signs that you're closer to success are already there, quietly surrounding you, waiting to be recognized? Most people overlook these signals, mistaking them for mere noise or routine aspects of life. Yet if you pause and observe closely, you'll see that they reveal more than just day-to-day persistence. They show progress, depth, and momentum. Recognizing these signs can shift how you view your journey and fuel the final push toward your goals. These signs are subtle, but they're significant. They reflect resilience, growth, alignment, and the subtle ways life responds when you're inching ever nearer to your breakthrough. The first sign that you're closer to success than you think is resilience. Resilience is not just enduring a setback. It's the muscle you build every time you rise after being knocked down. It's easy to underestimate this trait, seeing it as just a reaction to failure or disappointment. However, resilience is a cornerstone of lasting success. Think about it. Every successful person you know of has faced setbacks, often monumental ones. What set them apart wasn't avoiding these challenges, but confronting them and persisting regardless of them. Each time you get up after being pushed down, you're teaching yourself an invaluable lesson, one that cannot be learned in books or seminars, but only through living. I remember the early days when life seemed more inclined to test than reward me. I wanted things to happen quickly, as most do, but each setback forced me to look deeper, work harder, and refine my approach. Those years taught me that resilience isn't just surviving difficulties. It's finding a way to thrive because of them. When you face challenges and yet maintain your momentum, you're proving to yourself that you're prepared for the weight of success. Success isn't for those who crumble at the first sign of trouble. It's for those who can pick themselves up and move forward, even when it would be easier to stay down. Resilience manifests in different ways. It might be the way you respond to criticism, taking feedback as fuel for growth instead of letting it deflate you. It could be your willingness to step back, reassess, and adjust your strategy without losing your commitment. Sometimes resilience is seen in how you deal with the everyday grind, showing up when no one is watching, when there's no immediate reward. When you continue to give your best in those moments, you're not just preparing for success, you're living in its prelude. That's the real test. Can you hold on to your vision when the world gives you every reason to let it go? A resilient spirit builds layers of fortitude over time. It's like laying down bricks for a house you'll live in later. Each moment of perseverance adds to that structure, even if the progress isn't immediately visible. The key here is understanding that resilience compounds. It's a trait that builds on itself, making you stronger with each test. If you've been through a few storms and can still find the energy to navigate forward, you're exhibiting one of the most powerful signs that success is within reach. It may not always feel triumphant when you're in the thick of it, but rest assured that inner strength you're cultivating is an undeniable indicator that you're moving toward your goals. There's a misconception that resilience is only about bouncing back to where you were. The truth is, it's about moving beyond your previous position. It's about learning enough from that setback to not only regain your ground, but also propel yourself forward with newfound wisdom. A setback can become a setup for something greater if approached with the right mindset. So if you find yourself coming out of struggles not just unbroken, but stronger, more determined, and more knowledgeable, that's a sign that success is closer than it appears. Resilience refines you, molds you into the kind of person who won't just achieve success, but sustain it once it arrives. Next, the second sign that you're closer to success than you think is noticing small wins. It's easy to overlook these as minor or inconsequential, especially when you're focused on larger goals that seem so far out of reach. Yet those small wins are crucial. They're not just indicators of progress, but proof that the seeds you've been planting are starting to sprout. Success doesn't burst forth fully formed. It's the culmination of many tiny victories strung together. If you start recognizing these moments, it's a signal that you're building towards something substantial, even if it's not yet visible in full. Imagine the early stages of building a business or pursuing a personal goal. You might spend months, even years, feeling like you're pushing a boulder uphill without any sign of it budging. Then one day, something shifts. A client says yes, a project gets completed ahead of schedule, or a mentor gives you unsolicited praise. It's tempting to brush these moments aside, thinking they're too small to celebrate. But make no mistake, those little milestones are the foundation on which bigger achievements rest. They remind you that the process is working, that you're developing momentum. It's like climbing a mountain and finding a flatter ledge where you can catch your breath. You may not be at the summit, but you're undeniably higher than you were before. When I first started in public speaking, I would measure success only in terms of packed auditoriums and standing ovations. But the truth is, those grand moments were few and far between at the beginning. What kept me going were the smaller wins. Each of these moments was like a match struck in the dark, brief but illuminating. When I look back years later, I realized that those were the exact points that strung together to create my breakthrough. Small wins are also a sign that you're starting to embody the habits and mindset needed for larger success. Every small victory comes from a series of actions, decisions, and attitudes that align with your goals. If you're consistently seeing progress, no matter how minor, it's evidence that you're training yourself to succeed. Small wins also build confidence. It's like filling a reservoir one drop at a time. Eventually, it becomes deep enough to sustain you during dry spells. Confidence isn't built in one leap. It's accumulated through many little moments where you pushed, persevered, and came out with a result, however modest. The importance of acknowledging these moments can't be overstated. They're not only motivational, but serve as practical feedback. Each win, no matter how small, is telling you something. This approach works. This skill is growing. This effort is yielding out. It's like having a conversation with your future self, where each small success whispers, keep going. You're on the right path. If you've begun to see this pattern of small but consistent wins, it's one of the clearest signs that success is not a distant dream, but an emerging reality. So take a moment and reflect. Have there been recent days where you accomplished something that made you feel a little closer to your goal? Did you meet someone who offered insight or support that shifted your perspective? If so, don't dismiss these as luck or coincidence. They're part of the unfolding tapestry of your success. Recognizing them, savoring them, even writing them down gives you the encouragement needed to keep pushing forward. These small wins are not just breadcrumbs. They are road signs, pointing you closer and closer to your destination. Next, the third sign that you're closer to success than you think is when your goals and values start aligning. This alignment is a subtle but powerful indicator that you're on the right path. At the start of any journey, it's common to chase success defined by external metrics, titles, money, recognition. But as you move forward and grow, something shifts. You begin to see that real success feels different. It's not just about achieving goals. It's about achieving the right goals, the ones that resonate deeply with who you are and what you stand for. When your daily actions start to reflect your true values, you're no longer just working towards success. You're living in alignment with it. There comes a point where you realize that the hustle and hard work are not sustainable unless they're connected to something meaningful. Early on, you might take on any project or job that comes your way just to build momentum or gain experience. But as you mature in your journey, you notice that some projects fill you with energy while others drain you. This isn't by accident. It's your internal compass guiding you. When you start aligning what you do with what you believe in, your work stops feeling like a chore and starts feeling like an expression of your true self. If you found yourself saying, "This feels right," or "This is what I was meant to do," it's a powerful sign that success is closer than you think. I remember when I first discovered this in my own life. At the beginning of my career, I was chasing numbers, sales numbers, audience numbers, and even the number of engagements on my calendar. It wasn't until I began focusing on what truly mattered to me, teaching others, sharing ideas that transformed lives, that my work shifted from being a job to being a calling. Suddenly, the hours I spent preparing for seminars or writing were not just tasks. They were part of a mission that aligned with my core values. That's when I felt that success wasn't just out there, waiting to be achieved. It was already becoming part of my everyday life. This alignment between goals and values also brings with it a new type of motivation. It's no longer about pushing yourself to work harder because you have to. It becomes about working harder because you want to, because it feels like every step is taking you closer to not just any finish line, but the right finish line. When you notice that you're not having to convince yourself to stay committed, that you're naturally drawn to your work, that's when you know you're walking the path of true success. It's a shift from chasing to embodying. When your efforts align with your values, challenges don't disappear, but they do feel different. The sacrifices you make don't weigh as heavily because you're not sacrificing for something superficial. You're doing it for something meaningful. Late nights and early mornings carry less resentment and more anticipation. The road doesn't feel as long when every mile brings you closer to a destination that fits you perfectly. If you find yourself feeling energized despite the obstacles, that's not a fluke. It's a sign that you're already experiencing the essence of success. Some people spend their whole lives chasing goals that, when reached, feel hollow. They climb ladders only to realize they're leaning against the wrong wall. But if you're starting to experience the satisfaction of doing work that feels right to your core, you're miles ahead. This alignment is rare and precious. It means you're not just moving forward, you're moving in a way that's sustainable, fulfilling, and true to who you are. You're not just achieving success, you're redefining it to match your deepest aspirations. Reflect for a moment. Have you noticed your days feeling more purposeful? Do your decisions feel more natural and less forced? Are you choosing paths not because they're easy or lucrative, but because they resonate with your values? If so, that's your inner compass, confirming that you're on track. When you follow that, success stops being a finish line and becomes part of your journey. You're no longer just striving for an external prize. You're living in harmony with your ambitions, and that's one of the clearest signs that success is already taking shape. Next, the fourth sign that you're closer to success than you think is when you start attracting the right people into your life. Success isn't a solo endeavor. It thrives on connections, partnerships, and relationships that inspire and elevate you. If you've noticed that you're increasingly surrounded by individuals who support, challenge, and believe in your vision, that's a powerful indicator that you're on the path to success. The right people bring opportunities, insights, and encouragement that can propel you forward faster than you could manage on your own. Early in your journey, it's common to feel isolated. You're trying to push a dream into reality, and often the people around you may not fully understand or share your vision. But as you persist, something begins to shift. You'll start noticing that the more you commit to your path, the more like-minded people seem to cross your path. These connections don't just happen by accident. They're a sign that you're vibrating at a level that attracts those who are on the same wavelength. I've seen this time and time again, both in my own career and in the lives of those I've mentored. When I was starting out, I worked hard, but often felt alone in my struggles. As I continued to grow and refine my goals, I began meeting people who were key to my development. They shared ideas, offered guidance, and sometimes provided a reality check that kept me from veering off course. These relationships weren't just lucky breaks. They were the natural result of my commitment to growth. Success isn't just about what you know or do. It's about who joins you along the way and how those relationships amplify your efforts. One of the most telling signs that you're drawing closer to success is when these people begin to seek you out. You find that your work or reputation starts preceding you, and individuals you respect want to collaborate, seek your advice, or offer their help. This shift doesn't happen overnight, but it's significant when it does. The quality of your network changes, and so does your access to opportunities. These relationships are not just enjoyable. They're strategic advantages that enrich your journey. This isn't just about professional contacts or formal mentorships. Sometimes the right people are friends who uplift you when the days are tough, or family members who offer unwavering support. These connections create an ecosystem of energy and support that makes the journey not only easier, but more fulfilling. If you're finding that more of your conversations are filled with ideas, encouragement, and constructive feedback, take note, this isn't a coincidence. It's the universe's way of telling you that you're aligned with your path. If you're wondering why this happens, it's simple. Your commitment to your goals becomes a magnet for others who share your vision. Success is contagious, and like attracts like. The more you work on yourself and push toward your ambitions, the more you emit a kind of energy that draws others who are on a similar journey. The result is a network that not only supports your dreams, but pushes you to dream bigger. If you've started building relationships with people who fuel your passion and guide your growth, that's an unmistakable sign that success is not just around the corner. It's already weaving its way into your life. Reflect on this. Have you recently met someone who offered guidance that shifted your perspective? Have you found yourself being introduced to individuals who have the resources or knowledge you need? Are people recommending you for opportunities or seeking your input? If so, take it as a signal that your momentum is building. And the right people rarely arrive when you're just beginning to explore an idea. They show up when you're on your way, already putting in the work, and the world begins to respond to your efforts. Success, after all, isn't just an individual endeavor. It's built through the connections you nurture. And when those connections start aligning, you're more successful than you realize. Next, the fifth sign that you're closer to success than you think is when you start to see a clear pattern of growth in yourself. Personal growth is one of the strongest indicators that you're on the right track, because success isn't just about what you accomplish. It's about who you become in the process. When you look back and notice that you're no longer the person you were when you started, you've made significant progress. If you've developed new skills, learned from past mistakes, or adopted better habits, you're already succeeding, regardless of the tangible rewards. Growth often happens gradually, so it can be easy to overlook, especially when you're focused on the external goals you've set for yourself. But true success requires transformation. If you're experiencing a shift in your thinking, your behavior, and your approach to challenges, then you're developing the character and mindset necessary for sustaining success. Personal growth means you're building the qualities that will support your goals. Qualities like discipline, patience, adaptability, and humility. Success is not just about arriving at a destination. It's about evolving in a way that makes that destination possible and sustainable. I remember a time when I was so focused on results that I overlooked the growth I was undergoing. I would get frustrated if a project didn't yield immediate success, or if a new skill took longer than expected to master. But as I reflected, I saw that I was learning patience, resilience, and focus. Over time, I became more skilled, more disciplined, and better equipped to handle the demands of my goals. This growth didn't show up in my bank account or in the number of people at my seminars right away, but it was laying the foundation for the success I would later achieve. The personal development was the success happening behind the scenes. Growth also shows up in how you handle setbacks. Early on, challenges might feel like roadblocks, and failure can feel like a dead end. But as you grow, you start to see setbacks as stepping stones and failures as opportunities to improve. If you've started approaching obstacles with curiosity and a problem-solving mindset instead of frustration, that's a sign of deep internal progress. It's a signal that you're building the mental strength and flexibility needed to reach higher levels of success. The path becomes less about avoiding difficulties and more about using them as fuel for further growth. A clear pattern of growth also changes the way you set and pursue goals. You move from being overly focused on immediate gratification to understanding the value of long-term effort. You begin to appreciate the process itself, knowing that each day's work, each bit of progress, contributes to your larger vision. When you start focusing less on quick wins and more on sustainable, gradual improvement, you're operating at a higher level. This shift in mindset is itself a form of success. It's the evolution from wanting results now to valuing progress over time. Success favors those who learn to pace themselves, to improve daily, and to enjoy the journey as much as the destination. If you find yourself growing more patient, more resilient, or more committed than you were even a few months ago, it's proof that you're not just waiting for success, you're preparing for it. Real success requires a strong foundation, and each bit of growth is a brick in that foundation. Reflect for a moment. Are you making decisions today that you wouldn't have been capable of a year ago? Are you handling stress with more calm, setbacks with more resolve, and successes with more humility? If so, you're closer to your goals than you realize, because you're becoming the kind of person who can handle success when it arrives. Think about your journey and how you've changed along the way. Are you more disciplined, more focused, or more willing to put in the hard work without immediate reward? If you've noticed these shifts in yourself, that's growth. And growth is the ultimate success signal because it's something no one can take from you. Achievements can come and go, but the person you become on this path is yours to keep. Success is a reflection of what you've accomplished internally. And if you're experiencing real growth, you're already living out one of the most meaningful forms of success. Next, the sixth sign that you're closer to success than you think is when you feel an undeniable sense of purpose driving your actions. Purpose isn't something you can fabricate or force. It's a natural energy that pulls you forward even when challenges arise. It's the feeling that keeps you working on your goals long after the excitement has faded. The why that helps you endure setbacks and push beyond obstacles. Purpose is what turns effort into fulfillment. And when you're working with purpose, success is no longer just a goal. It's an inevitable outcome. When you begin to experience this clarity of purpose, it changes everything. You're no longer just chasing random opportunities or hoping for lucky breaks. Instead, your actions become aligned with a clear mission, and you make decisions based on what will bring you closer to that mission. Purpose gives you focus, resilience, and clarity. It creates a guiding light that shines through the difficult times, reminding you of why you started and where you're going. When you reach this level of purpose-driven action, you're no longer just on the path to success. You're embodying it. I've seen this in my own life and in the lives of countless others who have reached their own breakthroughs. There was a time when my work was motivated by financial security and personal achievement. But over time, as I reflected on what truly mattered to me, I found a deeper reason for my efforts: to help others grow, to inspire positive change, to leave a legacy of wisdom. Once I connected with that purpose, my work took on a new level of energy and meaning. It wasn't about working harder anymore. It was about working with intention. The days were still long, but they were fulfilling. The challenges were still there, but they were now part of a larger story that I believed in with my whole heart. Purpose-driven action is the most powerful fuel you can have. It gives you endurance in a way that external motivation simply can't. External rewards, money, recognition, applause, can be gratifying, but they don't last. Purpose, on the other hand, keeps you moving forward even when no one is watching. It gives you the courage to keep showing up, even on days when progress feels invisible. When you feel this sense of purpose, you're no longer questioning whether your efforts are worth it. You know they are, because every action is a step toward fulfilling your larger vision. Purpose also has a magnetic quality. When you're clear about why you're doing what you're doing, you start attracting opportunities, resources, and people that align with your mission. Your purpose becomes like a beacon, drawing the right elements into your life. This alignment isn't just a coincidence. It's a direct result of you operating from a place of authentic intention. You're no longer reacting to life's circumstances. You're creating your own path, one step at a time, with purpose as your guide. If you've experienced moments where things seem to fall into place, where unexpected doors open and the right people appear, that's often a sign that you're living in alignment with your purpose. Think about your own life. Do you feel a deep, unshakable reason behind your goals? Are there days when, despite the challenges, you feel a strong pull to keep going, simply because you believe in what you're doing? If so, that's purpose at work. And it's one of the clearest signs that success is closer than it seems. Purpose is what gives success its depth, its meaning, and its lasting impact. When you're moving with purpose, you're already experiencing a form of success that goes beyond any external measure. It's the success of knowing that your life, your work, your effort, all of it has meaning. Having a strong sense of purpose doesn't mean every day will be easy, but it does mean that every day will be worthwhile. If you've discovered this drive within yourself, you're already living with a level of success that many search for their entire lives. Purpose is the foundation of fulfillment. And when you're grounded in it, success becomes not just a goal, but a way of life. It's the final sign that you're closer to your breakthrough than you think, because purpose-driven people don't stop. They keep moving forward, knowing that their journey has a significance that transcends individual achievements. These 6 signs are powerful indicators, not just of the progress you've made, but of the person you're becoming along the way. Each sign reveals that you're closer to success than you may have realized. Success is a journey, and these signs show that the path you're on is leading somewhere meaningful. They're evidence that your efforts are building momentum, that the lessons you've learned are shaping your character, and that your commitment is setting you apart. It's easy to feel discouraged when you don't see immediate results, but remember that success is rarely a sudden arrival. It's the slow, steady accumulation of moments, choices, and efforts, all working together to shape your future. If you recognize even a few of these signs in your life, then you're on the right track. Keep going. The small wins, the setbacks that test your resilience, the moments of alignment and purpose, these are all part of the journey, and they're all indicators that your hard work is bringing you closer to the life you envision. Celebrate each sign, however small, and know that each one is a step closer to your breakthrough. Success is within reach, and if you stay committed, you'll soon find that all these signs have led you exactly where you were meant to be. There is a principle in life that stands true for anyone who has dared to dream, to strive, to stretch beyond the familiar into the uncertain. This principle is simple, yet profound. Now, before you dismiss this as mere positive thinking or an exercise in wishful hope, let's break it down to see the wisdom, the practicality, and the life-altering potential it holds. Imagine the power of waking up each day with the unshakable belief that no matter what unfolds, no matter the twists, the stumbles, the moments that seem like setbacks, everything will work out in your favor. This isn't just a mantra to soothe the mind. It's a foundation that transforms how you see the world, how you carry yourself, and how the world begins to respond to you. When you act like everything always works out for you, you're engaging with life on different terms. You're not merely reacting to events. You're positioning yourself as a proactive force. This attitude shifts your entire posture from one of hesitancy and fear to one of confidence and action. Think about the most successful people you know or have read about. What do they share in common? It's not just talent, intelligence, or sheer luck. It's a mindset, a deep-seated belief that challenges are not to be feared but embraced, that failures are not the end, but a pivot, and that in the end, they'll emerge stronger, wiser, and more prepared. How do you adopt this way of thinking? The answer lies not in some grand overnight change, but in the small, consistent actions you take and the thoughts you choose to nurture. It begins in the morning. You wake up and set the tone. Instead of reaching for doubt or the list of yesterday's disappointments, you reach for belief. You tell yourself, today is going to be extraordinary. Not because it's immune to problems, but because you're equipped to handle them, mold them, and grow from them. Every situation you face is a fork in the road. It's an opportunity to either cower at what you don't know or step into it, trusting that you'll learn as you go. Mr. Schoaf used to say, if you want to live a successful life, you must master the art of turning roadblocks into stepping stones. And he was right. Acting like everything works out for you isn't about fooling yourself into thinking you're invincible. It's about cultivating a resilience that turns every test into a testament of your growth. Picture a farmer planting seeds. He doesn't know exactly which ones will yield the best crop or what weather challenges might come. But he plants with confidence, nurtures the soil, and acts as if the harvest will be bountiful. If he were to doubt every seed, question every forecast, or fear every storm, he'd never plant at all. Acting like everything works out is your way of planting seeds in your life, knowing that with effort, attention, and patience, your harvest will come. Here's a thought to consider. When you expect things to work out for you, your mind becomes skilled at spotting opportunities and solutions where others only see problems. This is not mystical, it's psychology. Your focus directs your awareness. If you walk into a room expecting hostility, you'll find the scowls and the silent whispers. But if you walk in expecting warmth, ready to share and receive positivity, you'll notice the smiles, the open doors, the extended hands. The world reflects back what you project. Acting as if everything works out is also closely tied to your confidence. Confidence isn't just a trait, it's a habit of thought. It's built every time you choose to respond rather than retreat. When faced with a challenge, tell yourself, I can handle this, and even if I don't know how, I will learn. This shift turns anxiety into anticipation. It primes you to think creatively, to ask better questions, to seek solutions. There was a time early in my career when I faced a significant financial loss. It would have been easy to sink into despair, to label myself a failure and give up on my ambitions. But I remembered the principle. I asked myself, what can I learn here? How can this setback be the setup for my next success? It wasn't easy, but it was simple. That shift in mindset didn't just pull me out of that situation. It equipped me to navigate every challenge that came after. I saw myself not as a victim of circumstance, but as a student of life, constantly learning, adapting, and building. Even when things go wrong, especially when they do, there's a hidden power in acting as if they'll eventually turn in your favor. It's like navigating with a compass instead of a map. A map shows you the exact route, but life rarely provides that kind of certainty. A compass, on the other hand, gives you direction. You might face detours, obstacles, or rough patches, but if you keep moving with the belief that you're heading toward better outcomes, you'll find your way. Think about it. Life is not meant to be a perfect path, but a rich journey full of learning and becoming. Acting like everything works out teaches you to find joy, not just in the outcomes, but in the journey itself. It allows you to celebrate progress and perseverance, not just achievements. When you adopt this mindset, failures don't diminish you, they refine you. Each setback becomes another layer of experience, another chapter in your story of resilience and triumph. What happens when you act like everything works out? People start to notice. They may not be able to put their finger on it, but they'll sense something different about you. They'll see that you don't panic in the face of uncertainty, that you don't crumble when things don't go as planned. You inspire trust, not just in yourself, but in those around you. You become a source of encouragement, a reminder that if you can keep going, so can they. You build relationships on a foundation of confidence and optimism, drawing people who share that energy and can contribute to your momentum. It's important to understand that this isn't about pretending hardships don't exist. Quite the opposite. It's about acknowledging them, facing them, and choosing to see them as temporary. The rain doesn't last forever. The storm doesn't rage endlessly. And after every storm, there's a clearing. Acting like everything always works out means holding on for that clearing, moving forward step by step, trusting that it's coming. Some people might ask, isn't this just being naive? To them, I say, what's the alternative? If you act like everything is going to fall apart, like the worst is inevitable, what do you achieve? You may shield yourself from disappointment, but you'll also close the door to hope, creativity, and joy. You'll miss out on the power of perseverance, on the hidden strength that only shows up when you choose to believe that things can turn around. Our minds are powerful tools, capable of shaping how we interpret and respond to life. When you walk into a challenge expecting a lesson, you find it. When you face an obstacle expecting an opportunity to grow, it appears. This isn't just a nice idea. It's backed by countless stories of those who rose to success, not in spite of difficulties, but because of how they handled them. Seeing each setback as a step toward the next breakthrough. The habit of expecting good outcomes rewires your brain. It leads you to act more boldly, to take risks that align with your vision, and to persist when others would quit. This is not to say that you will always get what you want, but you will always get what you need to grow. And sometimes, what you receive is better than what you originally set out for. Think of someone climbing a mountain. The peak is the goal, the dream. But every slip, every wrong path, every moment spent catching your breath, those are part of the climb. When you act like everything always works out, you're less focused on just reaching the top and more aware of what each step is teaching you. The view from the top is rewarding, but the strength comes from the climb. There's also something magnetic about this belief. People are drawn to those who live with conviction, who seem to carry a secret assurance that things will work out. It's as if they're tuned into a different frequency, and that energy becomes contagious. Suddenly, people want to be part of your journey. They start to believe that if things can work out for you, maybe they can work out for them too. It creates a ripple effect of courage and possibility. Challenges, failures, and disappointments are part of the fabric of life, woven into the stories of every successful individual. What sets people apart isn't avoiding these trials, but how they respond to them. Acting as if everything always works out for you doesn't mean dismissing reality. It means facing reality with a heart full of hope and a mind ready to adapt. You become less fearful of the unknown, more willing to step forward even when the path isn't clear. When you begin to practice this mindset, you'll start to notice a shift. You'll find that challenges that once paralyzed you with fear become more manageable. Your inner dialogue changes from, what if I fail, to what can I learn if I do? You'll start looking at life as a series of experiments rather than a test where every mistake marks you. This perspective is liberating. It removes the heavy burden of perfection and replaces it with the joy of exploration and learning. This approach isn't just for the big moments in life. It's for the everyday. The next time you're faced with a tough decision, remind yourself, I'll make the best choice I can, and no matter the outcome, it will work out for me. This doesn't absolve you of responsibility. It empowers you to act decisively, knowing that you have the strength and creativity to handle whatever comes next. But see, there's a paradox at play. When you act as if everything always works out, you often find that more things actually do. This isn't magic. It's focus and energy in action. It's your subconscious mind seeking out the paths, people, and possibilities that align with your belief. You see, when you expect positive outcomes, you're more likely to take the necessary steps to create them. You're more resilient when things go sideways, quicker to pivot when needed, and more attuned to opportunities that might pass others by. Years ago, a young man attended one of my seminars. He had dreams of starting a business, but was paralyzed by the fear of failure. I asked him, "What's the worst that could happen?" He said, "I could lose everything." Then I asked, "And if you did, could you rebuild?" He paused, thought about it, and said, "Yes, I could." That's when he understood. He didn't need to fear failure as final. He needed to trust that whatever happened, he could use it, learn from it, and move forward. He launched his business with that mindset and faced plenty of setbacks along the way. But he stayed resilient, learned from each misstep. That's the gift of believing that everything will work out for you. It changes how you approach the game. You stop playing not to lose and start playing to win. You take bigger, bolder swings, knowing that even if you miss, you'll adjust, recalibrate, and try again. Life becomes an adventure, not a checklist. When you act as if everything works out for you, you cultivate a mindset of abundance. You shift from focusing on what could go wrong to considering all the ways things might go right. This isn't about blind optimism. It's about training your mind to see possibilities that others overlook. When your default response to challenges becomes, "How can this work out in my favor?" you engage with life in a way that energizes you and propels you forward. Acting like everything always works out changes the language of your inner dialogue. Instead of thinking, "I don't know if I can do this," you begin to think, "I don't know how yet, but I'll figure it out." This subtle shift in mindset does something remarkable. It opens doors that a doubtful mind would leave shut. You'll find that you become more willing to step into the unknown, to initiate conversations, to pursue opportunities that seemed intimidating. You'll notice that rejection stings a little less because you've reframed it not as a verdict on your worth, but as part of your journey towards something even better. Think about the best NBA players. They don't win every game or land every shot, but they play as if they can. Their confidence doesn't come from the assurance of success in every moment, but from knowing that their training, resilience, and willingness to keep pushing will ultimately lead them to victory more often than not. The same principle applies to life. You won't win every battle, but when you act like everything works out for you, you become the person who doesn't stay down after a loss. You're the one who picks up the lessons, finds the growth, and comes back stronger. Opportunities favor those who step into them with the belief that they are worth pursuing. When you approach life with this mindset, it doesn't mean you'll always have a clear path. It means you'll move even when the path is foggy, trusting that clarity comes with action. Taking that first step, making that initial move, these are acts of courage that reinforce your belief. And each time you do this, you build a reservoir of confidence that makes the next challenge less daunting. An important aspect of acting as if everything works out is how you manage the moments when it feels like it doesn't. Life isn't a straight line, and there will be days when you doubt, when things don't go your way. In those moments, remind yourself that setbacks are not signs to stop. They are reminders to pause, adjust, and keep going. You may not see the full picture now, but over time, patterns emerge. The twists and turns, the moments that seemed like misfortune, often become the very things that shaped you, prepared you, and propelled you forward. Think about the stories you tell yourself. If you constantly reinforce the narrative that life is hard, that you never get what you want, your mind will find evidence to support that belief. But if you start telling yourself that you are capable, that things have a way of working out for you, you'll begin to notice different outcomes. Acting as if things work out primes your mind to seek solutions, find opportunities, and make the best out of any situation. This isn't about ignoring problems or brushing over pain. It's about choosing to frame your experiences in a way that empowers you. When life throws you a curveball, acting like it will work out doesn't mean pretending it didn't happen. It means facing it with the question, what can I do with this? This approach transforms every challenge into a chance to learn and adapt. It shifts your focus from dwelling on what you can't control to taking action on what you can. Acting as if everything works out invites a certain calmness, a steadiness that others will notice. You'll find that in stressful situations, you become the person others look to for reassurance. Your belief that things will be okay becomes a source of strength, not just for you, but for those around you. This confidence radiates outward, creating a ripple effect. People will start to see you as a leader, someone who can navigate uncertainty with grace and conviction. You become a lighthouse, steady and unfazed by the turbulent seas around you. And think about the momentum this can build. When you act as if everything works out, you build momentum not just through successes, but through persistence. Each time you respond to a setback with the belief that it will work out, you're adding to that momentum. It's like pushing a flywheel. At first, it takes effort, and you may not see much movement. But with consistent effort, the wheel starts to turn more easily, picking up speed. Your belief becomes a self-sustaining cycle that propels you forward, making each subsequent challenge a little easier to face. People who live with this mindset aren't deluded into thinking that life will always go as planned. Instead, they're adaptable. They have the inner flexibility to change their approach when needed. If one path closes, they don't stop. They look for another. They trust that if one door doesn't open, it's because there's a better one waiting down the hall. This isn't just wishful thinking. It's a practical approach that ensures you're always moving forward. There's something powerful about resilience born out of this belief. It doesn't mean you don't feel the impact of hard times, but it means you don't let them define you. You acknowledge your struggles, allow yourself to feel what you need to feel, but then you remind yourself, this isn't the end. It's just a chapter. You have the pen, and you can choose what comes next. This mindset also helps you build better relationships. When you act like everything works out, you're less reactive and more responsive. You approach conversations and conflicts with a sense of balance. You're not so quick to jump to conclusions or be defensive because deep down you trust that even disagreements can lead to better understanding and outcomes. This makes you a better friend, partner, and leader. People are drawn to someone who sees potential where others see problems. Acting as if everything works out doesn't just impact the big moments in life. It transforms the everyday. It changes how you show up at work, how you engage with family, how you pursue hobbies and interests. It shifts your entire approach to living, making life richer and more enjoyable. Instead of dreading the unknown, you start to welcome it as an invitation to grow, to expand your capabilities. to discover just how far you can go. Over time, this mindset becomes second nature. The doubts that used to shout in your mind become whispers. The fears that used to hold you back become manageable. You might still feel nervous about a new venture, but you won't let that stop you from trying. You'll hear that voice of uncertainty, but it will be drowned out by a louder voice that says, "Go for it. You'll figure it out." When you act like everything works out for you, you'll soon find that opportunities will find you. When you embody this mindset, you become more attractive to opportunities that align with your beliefs and values. People who need someone they can count on, someone who can handle the ups and downs, will seek you out. Your belief that things will work out becomes a signal that you're ready for challenges. You're willing to take calculated risks, and that willingness often pays off in unexpected ways. When you do this, it'll change how you handle failure. Instead of being ashamed or paralyzed by it, you use it as fuel. You look at what went wrong, take notes, and move forward with more knowledge and experience than you had before. You stop seeing failure as an indictment of your ability and start seeing it as feedback. Each setback becomes a lesson, and each lesson brings you closer to mastery. Colonel Sanders was turned down more than 1,000 times when he tried to sell his fried chicken recipe. 1,000 times. Most people would have given up after the first 100, maybe even the first 10. But he acted like every no was just one more step on the way to a yes. That's what it means to act as if everything works out for you. It means seeing rejection as redirection and failure as part of the process, not the final verdict. Acting as if everything works out isn't only about career or finances. It applies to all areas of life. When you face health challenges, relationship struggles, or personal setbacks, this mindset keeps you steady. It reminds you that healing, reconciliation, and growth are possible. It allows you to step back and look at the bigger picture, to see beyond the immediate discomfort or pain to the potential lessons and eventual gains. People often think that acting like everything works out means ignoring reality. But the truth is, it's about embracing reality with a different lens. You face life head on, but with a knowing that no matter how dark it might seem now, the sun will rise again. You learn to be grateful, not just for the good times, but for the resilience the hard times build in you. You start to see that the challenges you overcome become the stories you tell, the experiences that strengthen you, and the wisdom you share with others. There's an incredible liberation in trusting that things will work out. It frees you from overthinking and endless worry. Instead of analyzing every possible negative outcome and weighing yourself down, you learn to assess the risks, make a decision, and trust that you can handle whatever comes next. Your life opens up because you're no longer confined by the fear of what might go wrong. You're propelled by the excitement of what could go right. It's important to remind yourself regularly that acting as if everything works out is a practice, not a one-time shift. There will be days when doubt creeps in, when circumstances feel overwhelming. In those moments, go back to the basics. Pause, take a breath, and remind yourself of what you know to be true. Recall past experiences when things did work out, even if they looked bleak at first. Draw on that memory bank to reinforce your faith. Surround yourself with stories of resilience, of people who faced incredible odds and came out stronger. Let their stories be proof that you can do the same. The best part of adopting this mindset is that it doesn't require perfection. You don't have to get it right all the time. It's okay to falter, to have days when your belief wavers. What matters is that you come back to it, that you recommit to seeing life as an adventure where everything has the potential to work out. Each time you do, you're building a muscle that makes future challenges easier to face. Acting like everything works out empowers you to live with more passion. You pursue your goals, not because you're certain of success, but because you're certain that no matter what, you'll come out better for trying. Life rewards this kind of courage. It might not always look like what you expect, but in time, you'll find that even the detours were leading you somewhere worthwhile. When you live this way, you stop holding back. You make the call, send the application, start the project, have the conversation. You do the things that set your soul on fire, not because you know exactly how it will turn out, but because you trust that taking action will reveal the way. And in the process, you become more than you were. You grow into someone who can handle life's complexities with grace, who meets the unexpected with curiosity and confidence. Acting as if everything works out for you is not just a mindset, it's a way of life. It's a commitment to show up fully, to engage with life's highs and lows, to face challenges with an open heart. It's a declaration that no matter what, you believe in your ability to rise, adapt, and thrive. And in the end, that belief, rooted in resilience and hope, is often what makes everything work out just as it should. Imagine that possibility for a moment. Just the thought of starting fresh, making a shift, a change so fundamental, it feels like pressing the reset button on your very existence. Now, I want you to understand this very clearly. Starting a new life isn't about suddenly running away from the one you're living now. It's not about throwing everything out and saying, I'm done with all of it. No. It's about taking deliberate, thoughtful action to reimagine, to rebuild, and to renew. Here's the first thing to remember. All things are created twice. Think about that. Everything you see, everything around you, was first an idea. Someone dreamed it up, imagined it, planned it, before they ever brought it to life. A skyscraper, a city, a business, a career, all were created twice, first in the mind, then in reality. And your life is no different. If you're ready to start a new life, then you're going to have to imagine it first, to envision every little piece. What does it look like? How does it feel? What does it mean? You're going to have to start by getting clear about that vision. People come up to me and say, how do I start turning things around? They've had enough of the old habits, the old routines, the old story they keep living out year after year. Now they want something new. And you know what I tell them? It begins with a decision. Nothing changes until you decide. It should. You have to make a decision so powerful, so committed, that it's as if you're drawing a line in the sand and saying, this is it. From this day forward, I'm creating a new story, a new path. Starting a new life means you've got to shake things up. Change something fundamental. Start with your environment, your associations, your daily habits. It's going to take courage. Why? Because most people get comfortable in their routines, even if they're miserable. Isn't that ironic? They settle into a rut, just getting by day after day, doing the same old things. But comfort, my friends, is the enemy of progress. If you're comfortable, you're not growing. And if you're not growing, you're slowly decaying. Ask yourself, what kind of life do I want to create? Don't just answer with generalities. Don't just say, I want to be happy, or I want to be successful. Get specific. Picture the details in your mind. If it's a new career you're after, what does it look like? What industry? What kind of people are you working with? If it's a better relationship, what qualities do you want to foster? And what kind of person do you want to be within that relationship? Now, here's a critical element. To start a new life, you've got to be willing to leave the old one behind. Sounds simple, but it's not easy. Why? Because you've got attachments, and those attachments have shaped you. They've created your habits, your reactions, your beliefs. Some people think they want change, but they're still clinging to the old because it's familiar. Familiarity has power. You've got to get honest with yourself about what you're still holding on to that doesn't serve you anymore. Think about the people in your life. There are two kinds of people: those who will encourage you to rise to your potential, and those who will keep you anchored in your old story. You have to know who you're surrounding yourself with. If you're constantly around people who doubt, who worry, who are forever complaining, chances are you'll find yourself doing the same. But if you align yourself with those who have vision, who are excited about possibilities, who are actively growing, then, my friends, that energy is contagious. It lifts you up, it inspires you, and it holds you to a higher standard. Changing your surroundings, though, is just part of the process. Starting a new life is also about changing the way you see yourself. You've got to have a vision of the person you're becoming. And I'm telling you, the way you see yourself dictates how you act. If you see yourself as someone who's struggling, who's just trying to get by, then that's exactly how you're going to live. But if you can look in the mirror and see someone who's on the rise, who's capable, confident, who has purpose, then every action you take will reflect that vision. You've got to start speaking the language of your new life. Words are powerful. They're seeds. If you speak words of possibility, you plant seeds of possibility. But if you speak the language of limitation, of self-doubt, of fear, that's what grows. Be careful of what you say, especially to yourself. Self-talk is a big part of transformation. Some people talk to themselves in ways they wouldn't dream of talking to someone else. They say things like, I can't do it. I'm not good enough. I'll never make it. Those words create shackles. The words you speak create the life you live. Starting a new life means new habits, because habits create momentum. Think of a habit as a daily vote for the person you want to become. One small habit done consistently over time can transform your life. Most people think that success is about big things, big goals, big dreams, big changes. But in reality, it's the small daily disciplines that make all the difference. The man or woman you'll be a year from now is determined by what you're doing each day. If you want to get in better shape, you don't need to go from never exercising to running a marathon. Start with a daily walk or a commitment to eat one healthy meal each day. But do it every day. If you do something small each day, it compounds. And what's wonderful about that is momentum begins to build. Soon enough, you'll notice a shift, not just in your body, but in your confidence, your energy, your outlook. That's the magic of habit. Now, here's something else to keep in mind. Starting a new life requires that you forgive yourself for the mistakes of the past. You've got to let go of regret. I've met so many people who are haunted by what they didn't do or the mistakes they made. But I'm telling you, regret can be poison if you're not careful. If you're holding on to regret, it will weigh you down, keep you from moving forward. Now, I'm not saying ignore the past. There's value in learning from it. But once you've learned the lesson, let it go. Think of it this way. Imagine you're holding a heavy stone in each hand. One is labeled past failures, and the other is labeled missed opportunities. Now try climbing up a mountain, holding those stones. Impossible, right? To climb higher, you have to lighten your load. To start a new life, you have to release those stones. And here's something that most people don't think about, but that plays a major role in starting over: our beliefs. The beliefs you hold about yourself, about the world, shape your life. They're like a lens, filtering every experience. Starting a new life often means you need a new set of beliefs. You may need to challenge and discard beliefs that have kept you stuck. You know, it's often not reality that holds us back, but our perception of reality. It's the beliefs that keep us in place, that lock us into a life that's less than what we want. To start a new life, you may need to break free from the chains of those beliefs. Create new ones. Say to yourself, I am worthy of a better life. I have what it takes to change. If you say it enough, if you feel it, it begins to take root, and suddenly you're moving in a new direction. And I'm telling you, on the path to a new life, you're going to encounter challenges. That's just how it is. Change is uncomfortable, and that discomfort is a test of your resolve. Some people want change, but only if it's easy. They say, I want a new life, but they're not willing to put up with the trials that come with it. But those trials, those tests, they're what build character. They're what prove to you that you're serious. So here's my question for you. Are you willing to embrace discomfort for the sake of transformation? Are you willing to be a little uncomfortable, a little uncertain, a little bit challenged? Because that's what starting a new life requires. It's going to demand more of you than the old life ever did. It's going to ask for more resilience, more patience, more courage. And I'm telling you, if you're willing to answer that call, if you're willing to rise to it, the rewards are worth every ounce of effort. Think about this for a moment. If you could design the life you want, what would it look like? What if you could wake up every day feeling excited, feeling purposeful, knowing you're doing something meaningful? Imagine a life where you're surrounded by people who uplift you, where you have energy, where you're constantly learning, growing, and becoming more. Imagine how that life would feel. Now ask yourself, what am I willing to do today to move closer to that vision? Because that's how you start a new life. One step, one choice, one decision at a time. It's not about perfection. Don't wait for everything to be lined up perfectly. Don't wait for some magical moment where everything just clicks. There is no perfect moment. There's just now, and now is the moment to begin, to make a decision, and to take the first step, no matter how small. When you wait for perfection, you give yourself an excuse to do nothing. You say, I'll start when the timing is right, or I'll wait until I'm ready. But if you're always waiting, then you'll never actually begin. And I'll tell you, once you do begin, the path becomes clearer. The next step reveals itself, and then the next. And before you know it, you're on your way. Starting a new life also means learning to embrace failure in a different way. Most people see failure as a stop sign, as something to avoid at all costs. But if you're going to change your life, you need to see failure as a teacher. Every failure contains a lesson, and every lesson is a step forward. When I was younger, I used to see every mistake I made as a blow to my confidence. But one day I realized that every failure was actually a stepping stone, showing me what didn't work and pointing me in a better direction. Think about it this way. If you've been living one way for years and you want to start a new life, you're going to make mistakes. It's a natural part of the process. Think of a child learning to walk. They fall, they stumble, they even cry, but they don't give up. And as adults, we can learn something from that persistence. So when you stumble, when you make mistakes, don't get discouraged. Remember, failure isn't final. It's just part of the journey. And one thing you must have if you want to start a new life is discipline. People often overlook discipline because it sounds tough. It sounds like a restriction, like you're holding yourself back from something. But I'm telling you, discipline is not a punishment. It's the bridge between your goals and your accomplishments. Discipline is what allows you to keep going when motivation fades. You might feel excited and motivated in the beginning, but that excitement will come and go. Discipline, on the other hand, sticks around. It keeps you moving even when things get hard. And here's the good news. Discipline is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. You start small with one little habit, and you build from there. The key is consistency. You don't have to do everything at once. You just need to keep moving. Keep showing up. Keep doing those little things each day that move you toward the new life you're creating. When you're trying to start a new life, you're going to have to leave your comfort zone. I get it. Comfort zones are wonderful, warm places, but nothing grows there. Growth only happens in that space just outside your comfort zone. That's where the magic happens. But here's the tricky part. When you start stretching yourself, when you step out of that comfort zone, your mind is going to play tricks on you. It's going to whisper things like, what if you fail? Who do you think you are? But remember, those are just thoughts. They don't have power unless you give them power. Here's a tool that I find useful. Whenever you feel that doubt creeping in, ask yourself, what if I succeed? Most people spend their lives asking, what if it doesn't work out? But what if it does work out? What if you do succeed? What if you really can create a new life? What if all the changes you're making lead you to exactly where you want to be? Give yourself permission to entertain that possibility. Imagine the best case scenario instead of the worst. And here's something else you're going to need if you want to start a new life. You need goals. You cannot start a new life without a clear destination. Think of goals as the milestones on your journey. They give you direction, purpose, something to aim for. But here's the thing about goals. It's not enough just to set them. You've got to make them part of your daily life. Most people set goals once, maybe at the beginning of the year, and then they forget about them. But if you're serious about starting a new life, you need to keep those goals front and center. Write your goals down. Look at them every day. Break them down into smaller steps so they don't feel overwhelming. And keep moving toward them, even if it's just one step at a time. A small step forward is still progress. And when you achieve those smaller goals, celebrate. Acknowledge your progress, even if it's just a tiny step. Success builds on success, and each small win gives you the momentum to keep going. Starting a new life is also about taking responsibility for where you are and where you're going. Now, that's a tough pill for some people to swallow, but it's the truth. If you keep blaming others or the world or circumstances, you give away your power. You say, I can't change because of them. But when you take responsibility, you take back control. You say, I am where I am because of the choices I've made. And if I want to be somewhere else, I need to start making different choices. Responsibility is empowering because it puts the power back in your hands. If you want to start a new life, you're going to have to start making new choices. Every day, every moment, you're presented with choices. Some of them are small and some are big, but they all add up. And each choice you make is either taking you closer to the life you want or pulling you further away. So get in the habit of asking yourself, is this choice in line with the new life I want to create? It's a simple question, but it can be a powerful guide. There's one more crucial part of starting a new life. You got to be patient. Starting a new life is not an overnight project. It's a journey. There will be days when you feel like you're not making any progress, when you wonder if it's worth it. But I'm telling you, every small action you take, every disciplined step forward is moving you closer to your goal. Change takes time, and real transformation is a gradual process. But if you stay consistent, if you keep going, eventually you'll look back and realize just how far you've come. Be patient with yourself. It's okay if things don't happen as quickly as you'd like. It's okay if you stumble or get discouraged along the way. What matters is that you keep going. Growth is like planting a seed. You don't see the fruits of your labor right away, but with time and nurturing, it blossoms. So don't rush the process. Trust that if you stay committed, if you keep taking those small steps, you'll get there. I want you to remember something important. Starting a new life isn't about escaping your past. It's about learning from it and moving forward. Sometimes people feel like they need to run away from everything they've ever done to erase their mistakes and start completely fresh. But you know what? Your past has value. Your experiences, even the difficult ones, even the painful ones, have taught you things. They've made you who you are. Instead of running from your past, embrace it. Take the lessons with you, but don't let the past dictate your future. And above all, remember that it's never too late to start again. It doesn't matter if you're 20, 40, or 70. If you have the desire to change, you can. I've seen people transform their lives at every age, in every situation, from every background. Age is no barrier. Circumstances are no barrier. The only barrier is the belief that you can't. So don't let that belief stop you. It's never too late to rewrite your story. Think of life as a series of seasons. Some seasons are for planting, some are for growing, some are for harvesting. And sometimes you need a season of rest, a season to reflect, to reimagine, to prepare for what's next. If you're at a point where you're ready for something new, then maybe this is your season of renewal, a time to start fresh, to plant the seeds of a new beginning. Starting a new life means giving yourself permission to be a beginner again. Some people are afraid to start over because they're worried about being inexperienced, about not knowing everything right away. But every master was once a beginner. Don't let the fear of not knowing stop you from beginning. Embrace the learning process. Embrace the fact that you're starting something new, that you're creating something fresh. Let that excitement drive you. And remember that you don't have to do it alone. Surround yourself with people who support you, who believe in you, who encourage you on your journey. Seek out mentors, people who have walked the path before you. A good mentor can make all the difference, guiding you, showing you what's possible, helping you avoid some of the pitfalls along the way. Life is precious. It's a gift. And you have the power to make it whatever you want. Don't settle for a life that's less than what you desire. Don't let fear or doubt hold you back. Decide that you're going to create something new, something beautiful, something meaningful. Decide that you're going to become the person you've always wanted to be. When you're ready to start a new life, remember that you have everything you need inside of you. You have the strength, the wisdom, the courage. And if you need a little help along the way, that's okay too. We all need a helping hand now and then. But the power to change, the power to start anew is already within you. Take that first step today. Dream it, plan it, and then act on it. And if you keep taking those steps, if you keep moving forward, you'll look back one day and see just how far you've come. Your new life is waiting for you. All you have to do is begin. A leader is not a title or a position. It's a presence, a character, a way of being. When you think of a leader, what do you picture? Some might see authority, others see confidence. But if you look closer, you'll notice it's something much more profound. It's a combination of traits that create a magnetic force, drawing people in, making them want to follow, to trust, to give their best. And what's remarkable is that these traits are not set aside for a select few. They're available to anyone willing to develop them, anyone ready to take responsibility for who they are and who they're becoming. True leadership doesn't announce itself. It reveals itself in action, in thought, and in the ability to see what others miss. It's not about managing tasks or people. It's about guiding, inspiring, and setting a standard that others choose to follow. Because when you become a leader, you're no longer driven only by personal goals. You're setting the example, creating the path, and empowering others to walk alongside you. There are 5 core traits that, in my experience, form the foundation of real leadership. They aren't complicated, and they don't require charisma or charm. What they demand is commitment. You see, each of these traits has the power to reshape your world. And once you've cultivated them, they will serve as the bedrock of everything you do and everyone you lead. The first trait I want to discuss is vision. Now, vision is not just seeing something that others can't see. It's seeing it so clearly, so vividly, that you become compelled to move toward it. Vision is about clarity, purpose, and a sense of direction that drives every action you take. You know, a leader with vision is a powerful force. They have a destination, a why that they hold on to. And it becomes a magnetic pull, not just for themselves, but for others as well. When you possess a strong vision, you create a sense of purpose that others want to share in. And believe me, people are hungry for purpose. They want to follow someone who can see beyond the immediate, beyond the ordinary. How does one develop vision? You might think it requires some special insight or a grand calling, but vision starts with something much simpler, a commitment to clarity. Most people are moving too fast to gain clarity. They go from one task to the next, one day to the next, often without pausing to ask, where am I going? Why am I heading there? Visionary leaders don't let life carry them along. They choose their direction. And here's a key to remember. Vision requires time. It's something you build. It grows from introspection, from examining your values, and from honestly asking yourself what kind of impact you want to leave behind. You see, vision isn't just about what you want. It's about what you're willing to dedicate yourself to. Real vision is specific, detailed, and tied to who you are at the core. It's not a passing desire. A leader with vision doesn't change course every time a new challenge appears or when they see something more enticing on the horizon. No, they remain steady, even when it's difficult, because they know where they're headed. This sense of focus and determination doesn't just set them apart. It makes them a source of stability for others. Consider leaders you've admired. Chances are they had a sense of purpose so vivid that you could feel it just being around them. They saw something they could not ignore. Visionary leaders have an ability to rally others, not by forcing or demanding, but by sharing their vision in such a way that people feel inspired to become part of it. The key here is that their vision is real. It's grounded in their deepest convictions, and they speak about it with sincerity. It's one thing to tell people where to go, but it's another to take them there with genuine passion and faith in the journey. Now, there's something about vision that's often overlooked. It's flexible, but it's not weak. A strong vision can adapt, can weather changes, can bend, but not break. You don't want a vision so rigid that it can't survive the tests of time and circumstance. No, vision is a guiding star, not a fixed map. It keeps you grounded, yet it allows room for growth, for learning, for new understanding. Some of the greatest leaders face challenges that could have easily shaken their vision. But instead of letting adversity turn them away, they let it refine and strengthen their resolve. A leader with vision sees obstacles as stepping stones, as tools to sharpen and define their path even more clearly. How does one communicate vision to others with clarity and consistency? A leader can't expect others to follow a vision they themselves aren't clear about. When you share your vision, you don't have to make a big speech or have all the answers. You simply need to make it real and relatable. You let people see your passion, your commitment, and your belief. The more sincerely you can convey your vision, the more others will feel a natural draw to it. Vision without authenticity falls flat, but vision that's rooted in real belief, that is what moves people. That is what makes people say, I want to be part of this. Vision, ultimately, is an invitation. It's an invitation for others to see something greater, to move towards something meaningful. When you cultivate vision, you're not just imagining a future. You're defining it. You're breathing life into it. And those around you, when they see that vision in you, are inspired to reach beyond themselves, to imagine what could be rather than what is. That's the magic of vision. It lifts people up, gives them something to strive toward, and transforms ordinary actions into something extraordinary. A leader with vision doesn't need to push people. Their vision itself becomes the pull, the force that naturally brings others along. Next. The second trait we find in real leaders is integrity. Now, integrity isn't just about telling the truth or doing the right thing. It's about living in a way that's true to your values and your word, day in and day out. Integrity builds trust, and trust is the bedrock of any meaningful relationship or team. A leader with integrity commands respect, not because they demand it, but because their actions consistently align with their values. They're steady, dependable, and their character speaks louder than any promises or plans they could make. Integrity, at its core, is wholeness. It's a unity between what you believe, what you say, and what you do. Now, if you observe, people are often watching leaders closely. They're looking to see if there's a gap between their words and actions, if there's a crack in the foundation. A leader with integrity doesn't have to be perfect, but they do need to be consistent. And they need to live by a standard that isn't swayed by convenience, pressure, or personal gain. Integrity is an anchor in a world of constant change, and it's a trait that once earned makes a leader someone others naturally want to follow. How does one build integrity? You might think it's about big decisions or heroic actions, but really, integrity is built in the small, everyday moments. It's choosing honesty, even when it's uncomfortable. It's following through on commitments, even when it's inconvenient. A leader with integrity keeps their word. And here's the real test. They keep their word to themselves. They honor their commitments, not just to others, but to their own principles and goals. This kind of personal accountability is rare, but it's the foundation of real integrity. Integrity demands that you take a good look at yourself, your values, your weaknesses, your intentions, and decide to live in alignment with what you truly believe in. It's not about avoiding mistakes or setbacks, because everyone encounters those. Instead, it's about taking responsibility when they happen, learning from them, and being transparent. A leader with integrity doesn't hide mistakes. They own up to them. They use them as learning experiences, and in doing so, they show others that it's okay to be human, to grow, and to learn. This openness fosters an environment of trust where people feel safe to be themselves and to be honest. Integrity is also about consistency over time. It's easy to show integrity once or twice, but true leadership integrity is revealed in the long term. in how you handle challenges, temptations, and the tests of life. When things are going well, integrity might seem simple. But when things get tough, when the stakes are high, that's when real integrity shines through. A leader with integrity is the same person, whether they're speaking to a room full of people or having a one-on-one conversation. They don't play favorites or change based on who they're around or what they stand to gain. This kind of consistency builds a foundation of trust that can carry teams, families, and organizations through the toughest storms. Another critical aspect of integrity is humility. It might seem surprising, but humility and integrity are deeply connected. A leader with integrity understands that they don't have all the answers, and they're willing to admit it. They know their limitations and are open to learning from others. This humility creates a safe space for people to speak up, to offer ideas, and to contribute. Integrity without humility can quickly turn into arrogance. But when paired with humility, it becomes a powerful force for good. And the impact of integrity on others is so important. When people see a leader with integrity, they feel a sense of security. They know that what they're being told is the truth, that they're not being manipulated or deceived. This trust frees people to focus on their work, their growth, and their contributions, rather than second-guessing motives or intentions. They know that their leader has their best interests at heart and that they're working toward a shared goal with honesty and clarity. Integrity in this way becomes contagious. It sets a standard that inspires others to live with the same level of honesty and accountability. One of the most beautiful things about integrity is that it doesn't demand attention. It's a quiet strength, a silent assurance that others feel without needing to be told. Integrity builds credibility, and credibility is what makes a leader's voice heard and respected. When you speak with integrity, people listen, not just because of what you're saying, but because they know you believe in it. They know you stand by your words and that those words mean something. This kind of influence isn't bought or manufactured. It's earned, one action at a time, through a consistent commitment to living in alignment with one's values. Integrity may not always be easy, but it is simple. It requires you to choose the path that aligns with your principles, regardless of the consequences. And over time, this consistent choice creates legacy, a reputation that others come to depend on. This is the power of integrity. It builds a foundation for leadership that endures. A leader with integrity is not just effective, they're respected, trusted, and ultimately followed. Their influence reaches beyond titles or authority. It touches the lives of others in a way that is meaningful and lasting. Next, the third trait we find in impactful leaders is courage. Courage is the fuel that allows a leader to take risks, make difficult decisions, and stand by their principles even when it's uncomfortable. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the determination to act in spite of it. Leaders with courage are the ones who step forward when others hold back. They face the unknown, they confront challenges, and they do so with a resolve that others draw strength from. In many ways, courage is the lifeblood of leadership, because without it, even the best intentions and the clearest vision can remain unrealized. Developing courage is a gradual process. It's not something you're born with. It's something you cultivate through small acts of bravery every day. You don't need to wait for a major crisis to act with courage. Courage can start with something as simple as speaking up when it's easier to stay silent, or making a choice that aligns with your values, even if it's unpopular. You see, a leader with courage doesn't avoid tough situations. They step into them, knowing that each challenge is a chance to grow stronger, more resilient, and more capable. A leader's courage is particularly powerful because it's not just about self-preservation or personal gain. It's about taking action for the greater good, even when there's a personal risk involved. Leaders with courage don't make decisions based on what's easy or comfortable. They choose what's right, even if it's costly. Courage in leadership means making sacrifices, enduring criticism, and sometimes even failing publicly, all in the name of progress and principle. And here's the remarkable part. When people see this kind of courage, they're inspired to find courage within themselves. Courage is contagious. It gives others permission to push past their own fears and limitations. Consider the many ways courage appears in leadership. Sometimes it's as subtle as making a tough decision that no one else wants to make. Other times, it's as visible as standing up for a principle when everyone else is willing to compromise. One thing is certain: courage in a leader builds credibility. When people see that you're willing to put yourself on the line for what you believe in, they begin to trust you at a deeper level. They know that you're not just leading from a safe distance, but are fully invested in the mission, ready to face the same risks they are. This kind of courage builds loyalty and unity within a team or organization. People feel safe taking their own risks when they know they have a leader who understands the value of courage. Another dimension of courage is the willingness to face personal vulnerability. Now, this isn't always easy, especially in leadership roles where there's pressure to appear strong, capable, and in control. But here's what I've learned. Real strength doesn't come from avoiding vulnerability. It comes from embracing it. Leaders who are willing to admit when they're uncertain, to show humility, and to ask for help demonstrate a special kind of courage. This willingness to be human, to be real, builds an atmosphere of trust where others feel they can be honest and open too. Leaders with courage are also willing to take calculated risks. This doesn't mean they're reckless. It means they have a keen understanding of both the potential rewards and the possible downsides. And they move forward with confidence because they know the risk is worth the pursuit of something greater. Courage allows a leader to break free from the status quo, to challenge what's familiar, and to step into the unknown in pursuit of a better outcome. Often it's courage that leads to innovation, to breakthroughs, and to progress. Without courage, a leader might get stuck in playing it safe, which can stifle creativity and hold back the entire group. Courage also gives a leader the strength to face criticism. And I can tell you, any leader who's making real strides will encounter criticism. The courageous leader doesn't let criticism derail them. They're willing to listen, to assess if there's something to learn, but they don't allow it to pull them away from their course. They have the courage to stand firm in their beliefs, to keep moving forward, even if the path is lonely at times. People watch this resilience, this ability to keep going despite setbacks, and it inspires them. They see a leader who can take a punch without giving up, who can face rejection without losing heart, and they think, if they can do it, maybe I can too. Now, here's an often overlooked aspect of courage. It doesn't always have to be bold or dramatic. Sometimes courage is quiet. Sometimes it's as simple as the resolve to get back up after a failure, to keep going when things are tough, to hold steady in the face of uncertainty. This quiet courage is what sustains a leader over the long term. It's the courage to endure, to persist, and to be patient as things unfold. In a world where everything seems to demand instant results, quiet courage reminds us that some things take time, that growth is gradual, and that progress is often unseen until it suddenly becomes visible. When a leader embodies courage, they set a powerful example. They show that leadership isn't about avoiding risk or staying safe. It's about being brave enough to step forward, to face challenges head on, and to keep moving toward a goal no matter how difficult. This kind of courage draws people in. It makes others believe that with a little courage of their own, they too can face their fears and overcome the obstacles in their path. Courage in a leader isn't just inspiring, it's empowering. It reminds everyone around them that they too have the capacity to be brave, to take risks, and to grow through their struggles. Courage, then, is the fire that fuels every other leadership trait. It's what turns vision into reality, what allows integrity to stand firm, and what builds the trust that brings people together. Courage doesn't make things easy, but it makes them possible. And that is why courage is at the heart of any leader worth following. Next, the fourth trait of a true leader is empathy. Now, empathy might not sound like a power trait, but it is. Empathy gives a leader the ability to connect, to understand, and to truly see the people they're leading. Leaders with empathy don't just manage tasks, they build relationships. They create an environment where people feel valued, understood, and motivated to bring their best selves to the table. You see, empathy bridges the gap between people, dissolving the barriers that can often keep teams from reaching their full potential. Empathy starts with listening. Not just hearing words, but listening deeply to understand what's being said and, sometimes more importantly, what's not being said. When a leader listens with empathy, they go beyond surface-level conversations. They pay attention to tone, body language, and emotions. This level of attentiveness shows people that they matter. And here's the thing. People want to be understood. They want to know that their leader cares, that their experiences and perspectives are valued. A leader who listens in this way builds trust naturally, without force, because people feel safe opening up, knowing that they'll be met with respect and understanding. Empathy also means being able to put yourself in someone else's shoes. It's about seeing things from their perspective, understanding their challenges, their strengths, and their motivations. This skill is invaluable because it allows a leader to connect with others on a level that goes beyond titles or roles. When a leader can relate to others, they break down the us versus them mentality that sometimes exists between leaders and their teams. This shared understanding creates unity, a sense that we're all in this together. People are far more likely to be engaged and loyal when they feel connected to their leader on a personal level. Now, empathy isn't about lowering standards or excusing poor performance. It's about understanding the reasons behind someone's actions and using that insight to lead more effectively. A leader with empathy recognizes when someone is struggling and seeks to understand why. They don't jump to conclusions or make harsh judgments. They approach situations with curiosity and compassion. This doesn't mean avoiding accountability. Instead, it means approaching accountability with a balance of understanding and firmness. When a leader can balance empathy with accountability, they create a space where people feel supported, yet challenged to grow. Empathy also makes a leader approachable. When people know they can come to you with their concerns, ideas, or challenges without fear of judgment, it opens up lines of communication that can lead to powerful insights and innovative solutions. Sometimes, the best ideas come from people who feel safe sharing them, and a leader's empathy is often the reason those doors open. Empathy creates a culture where people aren't afraid to speak up, take risks, and even make mistakes because they know their leader will respond with understanding. This culture of openness is a breeding ground for creativity, trust, and teamwork. Empathy goes hand in hand with patience. Leaders with empathy understand that everyone grows at their own pace, that not everyone learns the same way, and that everyone brings a unique set of experiences to the table. Instead of imposing a rigid standard on everyone, they take the time to understand each individual's strengths, weaknesses, and potential. This patience doesn't mean lowering expectations. It means recognizing that growth is a process and that people are far more likely to reach their potential in an environment that respects who they are as individuals. Empathy also extends beyond the people directly in your circle. It involves understanding the broader impact of your decisions and actions. Leaders with empathy consider how their choices affect not only their immediate team, but also the wider community, the families of their employees, and even the world around them. They take a holistic view, recognizing that their influence reaches far beyond the confines of their role. This kind of empathy creates a deep sense of responsibility and a commitment to making choices that uplift rather than harm those who are affected by them. A leader who shows empathy is also able to build resilience within their team. When people know they are valued for more than just their output, they're more likely to stay engaged and committed, even in challenging times. Empathy strengthens loyalty and morale, creating a solid foundation for a team that can weather difficult situations. In times of stress, a leader's empathy acts as a calming presence, reminding everyone that they're not alone, that they're in it together, and that they have someone who genuinely cares about their well-being. One of the most powerful aspects of empathy is that it allows a leader to see potential where others might only see shortcomings. Instead of focusing solely on a person's current performance, a leader with empathy looks at who they are becoming. They see the potential for growth and improvement, and they invest in helping people realize that potential. This forward-looking approach inspires others to believe in themselves and to strive toward becoming their best. When someone feels seen and valued for who they are, they're far more likely to put in the effort to grow and improve. Empathy is the foundation of a healthy, positive culture. It's what makes people feel like they belong, like they're part of something meaningful. A leader with empathy doesn't see people as resources to be used, but as individuals to be supported and empowered. And here's the beauty of it. When people feel valued and understood, they naturally give more, not because they're forced to, but because they want to. They want to contribute, to succeed, and to give back to a team that respects them. Empathy, in the end, is about understanding the heart of leadership. It's about connecting with others in a way that inspires trust, loyalty, and mutual respect. Leaders with empathy are the ones who leave a lasting impact because they touch lives in a meaningful way. They lift others up. They create environments where people feel safe to grow, and they make people feel valued, not just for what they can do, but for who they are. This is the power of empathy. It's not a weakness, but a strength that creates bonds, builds teams, and fosters a culture where everyone feels empowered to reach their full potential. Next, the fifth and final trait we find in extraordinary leaders is discipline. Discipline is the backbone of sustained success. It's the trait that keeps a leader consistent, reliable, and focused over the long haul. Discipline means having control over your own behavior and making the right choices consistently, even when it's hard, even when it's tedious, and especially when no one is watching. Leaders with discipline don't rely on motivation or fleeting inspiration. They rely on habits, on routines, on the power of doing what needs to be done day after day, regardless of how they feel in the moment. Discipline starts with self-control, with the ability to set aside distractions and keep one's focus on the task at hand. It's about making the decision, time and again, to prioritize long-term gains over immediate comfort. A leader with discipline understands that true progress takes time, that lasting success is built step by step, and that shortcuts often lead to setbacks. They resist the temptation to rush the process, knowing that steady, consistent effort is what ultimately yields results. This kind of discipline is inspiring because it shows others that persistence and patience pay off, that excellence isn't a quick fix, but a daily practice. Leaders with discipline don't just talk about commitment, they live it. They follow through on their promises, meet their deadlines, and hold themselves to the same high standards they expect from others. This kind of consistency builds trust because people know they can depend on a disciplined leader. When challenges arise, a leader with discipline remains steady. They don't waver or panic. They stay focused on the goal and keep moving forward one step at a time. This steadiness, this reliability, gives others a sense of security, a confidence that their leader won't give up or get distracted. Discipline also means taking responsibility for one's actions. It's the ability to hold oneself accountable, to be honest about one's own shortcomings, and to commit to improvement. A disciplined leader doesn't make excuses or shift blame when things go wrong. They own their mistakes, learn from them, and work to do better. This kind of accountability is rare, but it sets a powerful example. It shows others that real leadership isn't about perfection. It's about growth, about a continuous process of becoming better, of refining oneself, of sticking to principles even when it's difficult. One of the most essential aspects of discipline is time management. Leaders with discipline know that time is one of their most valuable resources. They don't waste it on unproductive activities or allow themselves to be constantly sidetracked. Instead, they allocate their time thoughtfully, setting aside blocks for focused work, for strategic planning, and for personal growth. They understand that to lead others effectively, they first need to manage themselves efficiently. A disciplined leader respects their own time and, as a result, respects the time of those they lead. This respect for time creates a culture of productivity and focus, where people are encouraged to be intentional with their efforts. Discipline also means having the courage to say no. This is crucial because leaders are often faced with endless demands on their time, energy, and attention. A disciplined leader knows their limits and is willing to say no to requests or opportunities that don't align with their goals or values. This ability to prioritize, to focus on what matters most, prevents them from being stretched too thin or distracted from their core mission. When a leader sets boundaries, they not only protect their own well-being, but also set an example for others, encouraging them to be mindful of their own priorities. Discipline, however, isn't about rigidity. It's about flexibility within a framework. A disciplined leader isn't closed off to new ideas or unwilling to change course when necessary. Instead, they use discipline to stay grounded, to evaluate each opportunity or challenge with a clear mind, and to make adjustments as needed. They know that discipline is what allows them to pivot effectively without losing sight of their goals or values. This balance of flexibility and structure is what keeps a disciplined leader adaptable in a constantly changing environment. They're not derailed by sudden shifts or surprises. They adjust, refocus, and keep moving forward. A disciplined leader also knows the importance of self-care. They understand that to maintain their energy and effectiveness, they need to take care of their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Discipline extends to rest, to rejuvenation, and to the practices that keep a leader sharp and resilient. This kind of balance prevents burnout and enables leaders to sustain their efforts over the long term. By prioritizing their own well-being, disciplined leaders also encourage those around them to take care of themselves, creating a culture of health and balance. Discipline may not be the most glamorous trait, but it's one of the most impactful. It's the quiet force that keeps a leader grounded, focused, and consistent, even in the face of challenges. Discipline allows a leader to build momentum, to turn small efforts into substantial achievements over time. It's what transforms vision into reality, what turns ideas into actions, and what turns actions into results. A leader with discipline doesn't need to rely on luck or chance. They create their own success through the consistent application of effort, through persistence, and through an unwavering commitment to excellence. Discipline is what keeps a leader aligned with their values, no matter the distractions or temptations that arise. It's the inner strength to stay the course, to keep moving forward, and to hold oneself to a higher standard. A disciplined leader doesn't just inspire others with words. They inspire them with action, with a living example of what it means to commit to something meaningful and to see it through no matter what. In the end, discipline is the trait that turns potential into reality. It's the daily choices, the small habits, the quiet dedication that compound over time to create lasting success. And this, in essence, is what makes a disciplined leader so powerful. They're not just a source of inspiration. They're a model of what's possible through commitment, focus, and consistent action. People see this and think, if they can do it, maybe I can too. And in this way, a disciplined leader doesn't just lead by example. They lead by invitation, inspiring others to develop the same inner strength and dedication in their own lives. With these 5 traits, we have the full picture of what it means to lead with substance, to lead in a way that inspires trust, loyalty, and progress. When these traits come together, they form a leader who isn't just effective, but memorable, who doesn't just direct people, but truly uplifts them. These traits don't just make a leader someone people respect. They make them someone people believe in. But here's something to remember. These traits are not fixed. They're not characteristics that you either have or don't have. They're qualities you can cultivate and strengthen over time. They grow with practice, with reflection, and with the willingness to adapt. Leadership at its heart is a journey, not a destination. And as you embrace each of these traits, you'll find that they build on each other, each one supporting and reinforcing the others. Vision gives you a sense of direction. Integrity keeps you anchored to your values. Courage pushes you to act on what you believe. Empathy connects you to the people you're leading. And discipline ensures you stay on course. Together, these traits make you the kind of leader who not only reaches their goals, but brings others along on the journey, creating a ripple effect of growth and inspiration. Remember, these traits are available to anyone willing to do the work. They're not reserved for a chosen few, but are open to those who choose them. These traits are the foundation upon which you can build a legacy. And with each small step you take, each decision you make, and each commitment you honor, you strengthen not only your leadership, but also the lives of those who choose to walk beside you. If you really want to become the most productive version of yourself, you have to understand that productivity is more than just checking boxes. It's more than filling up your calendar or squeezing in a few extra hours of work. Real productivity is about moving the needle forward. It's about getting meaningful results. Because it's not about how busy you are. It's about what you accomplish. It's about doing the work that matters. And that's what we're going to focus on. How you can make every hour of your day contribute to something greater, something meaningful, something that takes you closer to your goals. The first step in being more productive is gaining some clarity. Before you can be productive, you have to be clear. Clarity is the foundation of productivity. Think of it this way. If you don't know what you're aiming for, how will you know if you've hit the mark? How will you know if you're making progress or just moving in circles? So the first step in becoming productive is to be absolutely clear about what you want to achieve. You need a vision. You need a goal. This isn't about setting vague or distant dreams. It's about defining specific, actionable targets that you can work toward each day. When you have clarity, every action has a purpose. You're not just doing things for the sake of doing them. You're doing them to get closer to your goals. Now, this kind of clarity doesn't just happen. It requires time, reflection, and deep thought. You have to sit down and ask yourself the big questions. What do I really want? What are my priorities? What will make a difference in my life 5, 10 years from now? And here's the secret. When you start answering these questions honestly, you'll discover that some things you thought were important really aren't. You'll find that some things you've been spending time on aren't actually taking you toward your goals. That's the beauty of clarity. It shines a light on what matters and clears away what doesn't. Once you have clarity, the next step is to set goals. And I'm talking about real concrete goals. You need goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And those are SMART goals. You've probably heard that before, and that's because it works. When your goals are clear and specific, you give yourself a target to aim at. You know exactly what success looks like, and you can track your progress along the way. But setting goals isn't enough. You have to break those goals down into manageable steps. Too often people set big, ambitious goals and then feel overwhelmed by them. But if you break those goals down into daily, weekly, and monthly tasks, they become a lot more achievable. Here's something crucial. Once you've set your goals, you have to prioritize them. I want you to think about your priorities like a series of circles, each one smaller and more focused than the last. In the outermost circle, you have all the things you could do, everything that's on your radar. In the next circle, you have the things that are important, the things that you really want to accomplish. And in the center circle, you have your top priorities, your non-negotiables, the things that you absolutely must get done. Productivity is about focusing on that center circle. If you spend your time and energy on low priority tasks, you'll never get to the things that really matter. So make a commitment to prioritize the tasks that have the biggest impact, the ones that will move you closer to your goals. And you also got to watch how you're spending your time. Time management is a massive piece of the productivity puzzle. We all have the same 24 hours in a day, but the way we use those hours is what sets high performers apart. You see, it's not just about filling up your schedule. It's about managing your time in a way that maximizes your output and minimizes wasted effort. Start by breaking your day into blocks of time and assign specific tasks to each block. This is called time blocking, and it's one of the most effective ways to stay focused and get things done. When you know exactly what you're supposed to be working on at any given time, it eliminates decision fatigue and helps you stay on track. And you have to stay focused. Focus is the multiplier of productivity. It's not enough to just sit down and start working. You have to be fully engaged in what you're doing. And in today's world, focus is a rare skill. We're constantly bombarded with distractions. Each one of these distractions takes us out of our flow. And it can take 15 to 20 minutes to get back into a state of deep focus after an interruption. So if you want to be productive, you have to learn to eliminate distractions. Here's a little technique I learned back in my early days. The idea is simple. You work for 25 minutes, take a 5-minute break, and then repeat. After 4 cycles, you take a longer break. This technique works because it gives your brain regular breaks, preventing burnout and helping you maintain high levels of focus throughout the day. But here's the key. During those 25 minutes, you have to be completely focused on your work. Just pure, undivided focus. You begin to follow a routine that allows you to be more productive. Routines are powerful because they create consistency. When you have a routine, you don't have to think about what to do next. You just follow the pattern you've set up. This not only saves you mental energy, but also makes it easier to build productive habits. If you start every day by reviewing your goals and priorities, you're setting yourself up for a focused, productive day. If you end every day with a quick review of what you accomplished, you create a sense of closure and prepare yourself for the next day. Routines turn productivity from something you try to do into something you automatically do. Here's a big one. Saying no. Learning to say no is one of the most valuable skills for productivity, yet it's one of the hardest. We all want to be helpful. We all want to say yes to opportunities, but every time you say yes to something that doesn't align with your goals, you're saying no to something that does. Think about that. Every time you take on an extra task that doesn't move you closer to your goals, you're taking time and energy away from what matters. So, practice saying no to the things that don't align with your priorities. Guard your time like it's the most valuable asset you have, because it is. I want you to take a few minutes at the end of each day to reflect on what you accomplished. Did you make progress on your goals? Were you focused, or did you let distractions get in the way? This daily reflection gives you a chance to course correct. It allows you to see what's working and what isn't, so you can make adjustments and get back on track. And when you make reflection a regular part of your routine, you'll find that you're able to make steady, consistent progress toward your goals. And here's the thing. Productivity isn't just about managing your time. It's about managing your energy. Think about it. You could have a full 8 hours to work on a project, but if you're exhausted, you're not going to get much done. So, take care of your physical and mental energy. And don't forget to take breaks. Working nonstop might seem productive, but it actually leads to burnout and decreased performance. So, take time to recharge, and you'll find that you're able to work more effectively in the long run. And make sure that you're setting deadlines. There's a reason why deadlines work. They create a sense of urgency. When you have a deadline, you're more likely to focus, to eliminate distractions, and to push through challenges. Even if you're working on a personal project, set a deadline for yourself. And don't make it too far off in the future. Give yourself a reasonable amount of time, but make it tight enough that you feel the need to stay focused. Deadlines create momentum, and momentum is one of the most powerful forces for productivity. And here's the key: incremental progress. So often we think that productivity means making huge strides. But the truth is that real productivity is about small, consistent steps. It's the compound effect in action. Small actions, repeated consistently over time, lead to big results. Don't underestimate the power of small daily actions. Whether it's spending 15 minutes a day reading, setting aside time each week for planning, or taking a few minutes each day to review your progress, these small actions add up. And when you're consistent with them, they create a ripple effect that amplifies your results over time. Imagine this. You have clarity on your goals. You're prioritizing high-value tasks. You're blocking time for focused work. You're minimizing distractions. You're taking care of your energy. And you're reviewing your progress each day. What do you think will happen? You'll start to see results. You'll start to feel a sense of momentum, a sense that you're moving closer to your goals each day. And that feeling, that sense of accomplishment, is one of the most powerful motivators there is. Discipline is what separates ordinary performance from extraordinary achievement. When you make discipline the foundation of your daily actions, you're building a structure that can withstand distractions, setbacks, and fatigue. Every person who's consistently productive knows that discipline is the fuel that powers progress. Motivation may get you started, but it's discipline that keeps you going. It's the habit of following through, of showing up every day to make progress on your goals. Without this commitment to action, productivity remains just an ideal, something people aim for but rarely achieve. Take a look at any productive individual, and you'll see they have routines that support their goals. These routines aren't accidental. They're built carefully and maintained with effort. Routines remove the need for constant decision-making, saving mental energy for the work that truly matters. When you start your day with a predictable structure, your mind is free to focus on high-priority tasks rather than wondering what to do next. Creating a reliable routine can transform the way you approach each day, making productivity a natural extension of your actions. And of course, you must stay disciplined. Just like focus, discipline becomes a habit that reinforces itself over time. Each time you follow through on your commitments, each time you stay true to your routine, you build that foundation a little stronger. Productivity becomes less about forcing yourself to work and more about simply following the structure you've put in place. Discipline isn't about perfection. It's about progress. With each disciplined action, you're moving a step closer to your goals. Over time, the momentum of this progress builds upon itself, creating a powerful sense of accomplishment and motivation. One thing you've got to understand is the value of preparation. So often people jump into tasks without a plan, without thinking things through, and they wonder why their productivity stalls. I'm telling you, productivity without preparation is like a race car without fuel. It's not going far. Preparation is about laying the groundwork so that when it's time to execute, you're ready. Measure twice, cut once. Because when you've taken the time to plan, when you've thought through your actions, you're not just busy, you're productive. Preparation is the time you take to get clear on what needs to be done, to think about the resources you'll need, and to eliminate potential obstacles before they come up. Imagine the builder who starts constructing a house without a blueprint. He might make some progress, but sooner or later, he's going to hit a wall. That's why planning is so essential. It's how you clear the path before you walk it. And here's the thing. The better your preparation, the smoother your execution. Productive people prepare so that when it's time to act, they're unstoppable. And once you've mastered the art of all of those ideas, those philosophies, then you can master the art of completion. So many people start projects with enthusiasm, only to lose steam halfway through. But productive people know that productivity isn't just about how many things you start. It's about how many things you finish. Completion brings a certain satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment that boosts your confidence and drives you forward. I'm telling you, there's a big difference between knowing you're productive and actually feeling productive. Completion gives you that feeling, that proof that you're moving forward. Think about it. When you finish what you start, you build momentum. It's like gathering steam. Every completed task fuels the next one. But when you leave things half done, your mind starts to weigh down. You start to feel scattered, distracted, uncertain. So commit to finishing what you start. You'll find that when you focus on completing tasks, your productivity naturally increases because each success gives you energy for the next. I want to leave you with one last thing. Be resilient. This is critical because productivity isn't just about smooth days where everything goes right. Real productivity is what you do when things go wrong. It's how you respond to setbacks, to challenges, to obstacles that come up along the way. Because they will come up. Resilience is what allows you to keep going, to adjust your approach when necessary, and to get back on track when things go off course. You see, productive people don't let failure stop them. They know that setbacks are just part of the journey. They learn from them, adapt, and keep moving forward. And resilience isn't something you're born with. It's something you build. It's like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. So embrace those tough days, those unexpected problems. They're what strengthen your resilience. And that resilience will make you a force to be reckoned with in whatever you set out to achieve. In the end, true productivity is about preparation, completion, and resilience. It's about laying a solid foundation, seeing things through, and bouncing back when life throws you a curveball. When you build these principles into your life, productivity becomes not just something you do, but something you are. And that's where the real transformation begins. You'll start to notice a shift. You'll find that your days feel less chaotic, less filled with trivial tasks, and more aligned with what truly matters to you. The work you do will feel more purposeful, and each day will bring you closer to the goals you've set. You'll no longer measure productivity by how much you've done, but by the value you've created. And remember, this journey toward becoming the most productive version of yourself is not a race. It's a gradual process of growth and improvement, a series of small, consistent actions that lead to big results. The changes you make may feel small at first. A little more focus here, a bit more discipline there. But over time, these small shifts compound. They create a foundation that supports everything you do, giving you the strength to achieve what you set out to do. This journey of productivity is not just about reaching a destination. It's about transforming into someone who makes the most of each day, who stays committed to what matters, and who finds purpose in their work. So what will it be? People act like hard work is an ironclad formula for success, like it's the one surefire way to make it big. Now, I'm not here to tell you hard work doesn't matter, because it does. Of course it does. Hard work, in and of itself, can help you get places, can help you build a reputation, can help you achieve competence. But here's what you need to know. Hard work alone won't guarantee you success. Hard work alone won't be the golden ticket you may have been led to believe it is. And why is that? Because while hard work is valuable, what it takes to achieve true success goes beyond it. How many people out there are working hard every single day and yet aren't experiencing significant success? Think about it. They put in the hours. They put in the effort. They're grinding, but they aren't reaching those heights of achievement that success truly demands. It's important to recognize that hard work is only part of the formula. If hard work was all it took, every construction worker, every janitor, every single person toiling in fields or factories, they'd be millionaires, billionaires even. And that's not the case, is it? So, what is it then? What else do we need if hard work alone won't get us there? That's what we're going to talk about today. Success doesn't come from effort alone. It's about making sure your hard work is leading you somewhere, that it's aligned with a clear direction, with knowledge, with connections, with opportunity, and with a mindset that's equipped to handle the success you're aiming for. So, the first critical ingredient that goes beyond hard work: direction. Picture this. You're on a boat and you're rowing with everything you've got, giving it every ounce of strength you have. But if you're rowing in circles or heading away from your destination, that hard work is doing what? It's wasting energy. And that's the story of so many people's lives. They've got the energy, they've got the will to work hard, but they haven't taken the time to decide where they're going. They haven't set their aim. Success starts with a clear sense of direction. And you might be thinking, well, how do I find that direction? Sometimes people feel they need to have it all figured out before they start working. And that's not what I'm saying. Finding direction is about clarity, setting clear goals, and choosing a destination. You start by understanding what it is that you want out of life, not just in broad terms, but in specifics. Here's a key question. What does success look like to you? Because without that clarity, hard work can feel a lot like running on a treadmill. It's a lot of movement, a lot of sweat, but you're not moving closer to where you want to go. When I was young and full of ambition, but lacking in knowledge, Mr. Shoaff told me something I'll never forget. He said, if you don't know where you're going, you'll probably end up somewhere you didn't plan to be. And that hit me like a ton of bricks. Because at that time I was working hard, I was putting in the hours, but I had no clear direction. And without direction, you'll end up anywhere. Hard work needs a target to aim for. And that target is your purpose, your destination. When we talk about direction, it isn't only about a career or a job title. It's about what fulfills you, what you want to contribute, and what you want to accomplish. When you've got that locked in, then your hard work becomes purposeful, focused, and strategic. Hard work alone is like a vehicle without a steering wheel. It's powerful, but it's directionless. And that's not the only thing we need. We also need knowledge, another key ingredient that adds value to our hard work. Because while you may be working hard, if you're not knowledgeable in what you're doing, if you don't strive to gain insight and skill, your work will be limited in its impact. It's like knowledge is a multiplier for hard work. It magnifies and sharpens your efforts, taking them further than raw labor ever could. Imagine this. Two people are working just as hard as each other, day in and day out. But one has spent time studying the field, learning the tricks of the trade, building skill sets. Their hard work is worth more because they've added a layer of knowledge on top. Think of it like this. You could hammer nails all day, or you could learn how to build a house. It's not about labor. It's about learning to apply that labor effectively. I once had a conversation with a young man who came to me after one of my seminars, and he was frustrated. He said, Mr. Rohn, I've been working so hard, but I'm not seeing any progress. I'm not getting the results I want. So I asked him, how much time have you spent learning, developing yourself, growing your knowledge? And he looked at me a bit confused. In his mind, he was doing everything he thought he needed to do. But hard work, without the addition of knowledge, will limit your ability to grow and succeed. You can't rely solely on hard work. You have to keep investing in yourself. You have to learn to be effective in what you're doing. Because the more you know, the further your hard work will take you. Knowledge allows you to see opportunities where others see obstacles. It opens doors that are closed to the unprepared. It brings you closer to people who can help lift you up. people who recognize and respect skill and understanding. Hard work, when combined with knowledge, becomes much more powerful, more targeted, and more likely to yield results. It's not just about working harder, but about working smarter. If you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Because ignorance costs you, sometimes dearly. Ignorance means missed opportunities, poor decisions, and wasted effort. Knowledge, on the other hand, is the fuel that powers your hard work forward. It makes every hour you put in count for more. It transforms labor into mastery, struggle into strategy. And it's those who are strategic in their hard work that find success in ways others don't. Here's another critical component that goes beyond mere hard work, and that's adaptability. Life is unpredictable. It's filled with twists, turns, setbacks, and surprises. The ability to adapt, to stay flexible in your approach, is just as important as working hard. Because when things don't go according to plan, if you can't pivot, all the hard work in the world won't get you where you want to go. We've all met someone who's resistant to change, right? Maybe you've been that person yourself at some point. You get into a routine, you find a way of doing things that feels comfortable, and you stick to it. But success doesn't reward the stubborn, it rewards the flexible. You can be working incredibly hard at something that no longer serves you or isn't aligned with the changing landscape. And if you're not willing to adapt, you'll get left behind. It's like trying to navigate with an old map. The terrain changes, the path shifts, and if you're not ready to adjust, you're in trouble. I remember a time early in my career when I was working hard, doing what I thought was right, following a strategy that had worked well up until that point. But things started changing. The market, the needs of my clients, even the tools we used. At first, I resisted. I kept telling myself that if I just worked a little harder, pushed a little more, everything would go back to the way it was. But life doesn't work that way, does it? It moves forward, whether we like it or not. And I had to make a choice. Adapt or stay stuck. Once I embraced change, adjusted my approach, I found myself on a path to new levels of success that I wouldn't have reached if I'd stubbornly clung to what once worked. Adaptability requires awareness, a willingness to look at reality and make the necessary shifts. And here's the secret. People who adapt see opportunity where others see disaster. They see a chance to learn, to grow, and to keep moving forward. Instead of fearing change, they embrace it. And because they do, they reap rewards. Hard work must evolve with the times. We can't rely on yesterday's solutions for tomorrow's problems. Adaptability isn't only about changing your strategies, it's about changing your mindset too. A rigid mindset, thinking that things should be a certain way, often leads people to frustration and ultimately burnout. When you're not flexible, you end up exhausted because you're fighting reality, struggling against the very circumstances that could be offering you new directions and new ideas. But if you approach challenges with a mindset that's open to change, that's ready to see new possibilities, then your hard work transforms from mere labor into progress, into movement. It becomes growth. Think about the farmers of old. They knew that they couldn't control the weather, but they could adapt to it. They could observe the patterns, adjust their planting and harvesting times, even change their crops if necessary. And that adaptability was the difference between thriving and struggling. It's the same with us today, in any field, in any pursuit. We have to be willing to adapt, to adjust, and to let go of methods that no longer work. Hard work rooted in flexibility is work that will bear fruit over time. Relationships are another key to success that can't be replaced by hard work alone. Success isn't achieved in a vacuum. It's not a solo act. Even the most brilliant minds, the hardest workers, need connections, partnerships, and mentors. Relationships bring us opportunities that we can't create on our own. They open doors that hard work alone won't unlock. People often say, it's not what you know, it's who you know. But I'd take it one step further. It's who you know that's willing to help you. I remember my own mentors, the men who guided me, who gave me advice, who invested in me. Without them, my hard work wouldn't have taken me half as far. Those relationships taught me the value of shared wisdom, of learning from others who had been down the road before me. There's no substitute for the support, insight, and encouragement of people who genuinely want to see you succeed. They help you avoid pitfalls, they share opportunities, and they push you to grow in ways you couldn't do on your own. Building strong relationships takes time, respect, and a willingness to give before you get. You don't just show up when you need something. You invest in people. You support them. You show up for them too. And when you do that, you create a foundation of trust. So when you need guidance or an introduction or even just a word of encouragement, you've got people in your corner. Relationships built on integrity and mutual respect amplify your efforts and make the journey more rewarding. All these ingredients are vital if you want to turn your hard work into real success. Hard work by itself can only take you so far, but when combined with these elements, it can take you to heights you never dreamed of. And each of these elements, direction, knowledge, adaptability, and relationships, has to be nurtured, has to be worked on with as much effort as the hard work itself. Because success isn't a product of just labor. It's the product of a balanced, thoughtful, and wise approach. Here's what ties all these pieces together: your mindset. Your mindset is like the soil from which all the other aspects of success grow. It's the lens through which you see your direction, your knowledge, your adaptability, and your relationships. Without the right mindset, even the hardest work will feel like an uphill battle. But with the right mindset, every ounce of effort becomes a meaningful step forward. You see, the foundation of a powerful mindset is belief. Belief in yourself, in your goals, in your capacity to grow, change, and succeed. But here's the thing. Belief isn't just positive thinking or wishful thinking. It's not telling yourself, I can do this, while feeling full of doubt underneath. Belief is a product of preparation, of laying down the groundwork, so that when challenges arise, you know you can handle them. Think of it as earned confidence. When you've put in the work, gained knowledge, built relationships, and adapted over time, you gain a sense of true, unshakable belief. And that belief will carry you through the hardest of times. In my life, I learned that nothing undermines hard work more than a defeated mindset. A negative, scarcity-driven mindset drains energy, creates doubt, and places roadblocks where there could be opportunity. I remember in my early days of sales, there were times I'd hit a wall, weeks where it felt like nothing was working. But I had to teach myself that these were temporary conditions, not permanent realities. I had to shift from a mindset of frustration to a mindset of resilience. And that's key. If you approach every setback as an opportunity to learn, every challenge as a stepping stone, you won't just work harder, you'll work wiser. A growth mindset is essential because it allows you to see hard work as part of the journey, not the end goal. It lets you view setbacks as learning experiences, as tests of character and endurance. The more you view each obstacle as a chance to grow, the stronger you become. That's why success is so much about who you become, not just what you achieve. It's about developing the kind of resilience that can handle rejection, that can weather criticism, that can push through failure. Because I'll tell you this, failure will come. Disappointment will happen. But if you've built a mindset rooted in growth, rooted in belief, you'll keep going. With the right mindset, your hard work is not just labor, it's growth. You're not just moving towards a goal, you're evolving. This mindset makes you resilient, adaptable, and focused. When you believe in yourself and are grateful for the opportunities and relationships in your life, every ounce of hard work has meaning. It becomes fulfilling in and of itself. And when you're fulfilled by the work, by the process, you're already successful, no matter the outcome. But there's another aspect of mindset we cannot forget: discipline. Discipline is the ability to follow through on your commitments, to do the work even when it's hard, even when it's not exciting, even when nobody's watching. Discipline is what separates the dreamers from the doers. Because let's be real, anyone can set a goal. Anyone can get inspired. But not everyone can sustain that inspiration through the daily grind, through the days when motivation is low. Discipline means sticking with your vision, putting in the effort consistently, even when progress feels slow. I always tell people, motivation gets you started, but discipline keeps you going. Discipline is what allows you to build momentum, and momentum is a powerful thing. Once you've got momentum on your side, every bit of effort compounds. What once felt hard starts to feel natural, and you build a rhythm that propels you forward. But discipline doesn't happen by accident. It's something you cultivate, something you build, and it's rooted in the small decisions you make every day. It's about holding yourself accountable, not for the big moments, but for the small, seemingly insignificant ones. Success is the sum of small efforts, repeated day in and day out, and that takes discipline. When you combine all these ingredients, you're no longer just working hard. You're working towards something greater. You're building a foundation for success that's resilient, sustainable, and fulfilling. Because it's not just about achieving the goal, it's about who you become on the journey to achieving it. The process shapes you, strengthens you, and prepares you for everything that comes next. With all of this in mind, think about the role of hard work now. Hard work alone is like a single ingredient in a recipe. It doesn't create the final dish by itself. Hard work is valuable, but only when combined with all these other things. When you work hard in alignment with these factors, you're not just grinding away. You're building something that will last. You're crafting a life of purpose, of contribution, of genuine achievement. And that is why hard work alone won't make you successful. Because success is a multi-dimensional journey, one that requires every part of you, not just your effort, but your wisdom, your adaptability, your connections, and your inner growth. It's about becoming the kind of person who attracts success, not just the person who chases it down. And that transformation, that evolution, is what true success is all about.